Good evening, West Orange. Welcome to the continuing series of our West Orange Township Council Budget Workshops. We're coming to you live from council chambers inside Town Hall at 66 Main Street. You're welcome to join us live in council chambers, but there will be no public comment during today's workshop from either the live audience or on Zoom. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, West Orange, to our fourth 2025 budget workshop on June 9th. Before I go any further, I need to defer to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on June 5th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino is on her way. Councilwoman Geber Michael will not be attending this evening. Councilwoman Rudin? Here. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Thank you. Council President Krakowiak.
Present.
Thank you.
We therefore have a quorum, so we can proceed. As I said, welcome to our fourth workshop. The draft budget from the mayor proposes to raise municipal property taxes by 6.2%. So we're looking for efficiencies and savings to lower that increase. If you want to follow along, please go to the Township website, westorange.org, use the search box in the upper right hand of the page, type in budget, then click on the first result, budget, and you'll see the mayor's draft budget that we'll be sort of working from tonight. We are in the process of making some modifications to the process, trying to incorporate as much updating and current numbers as possible. There was an online problem with getting an updated, some of the updated budget documents onto the township website. So I apologize. You'll have to follow along on the screen, and hopefully by the next workshop, we will have this process down well. We aren't taking public comment tonight. If you want to comment or ask questions, please send an email to council@westorange.org, which, despite what you may think from the name, also goes to the mayor and several people in her administration. If you want to just send your email just to the council, send it to one of us and ask for distribution to the rest of us. If you need an email address, please search for council on the township website. Recordings of the workshops are on the township website. You can find them by searching for the phrase video gallery. As Mr. Fagan mentioned, we have one council person zooming in tonight, Councilwoman Scarpa. And you will see if you follow along that there is not Councilwoman Scarpa in her usual place. In her place is Mr. Phil Litwinoff. And Mr. Litwinoff is a member of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, and he will be sitting up here, and we will treat him just like a council person here. He will be able to ask questions and make comments as recognized by the chair. And he is part of the attempt to get the Citizens Budget Advisory Board more engaged in the ongoing discussion of the budget, instead of perhaps waiting until all the workshops are over to find out what everyone on the board thinks. We're going to have one person here who will be providing input going forward. For the, we're going to review, we're going to start with Public Works, but before we do, I just want to urge everyone who will be speaking tonight to consider time efficiency in their comments and questioning, to be sure what you say is necessary, because the faster we go through the budget, the better. Mr. Detiniak, take us away, please.
Thank you, Council President. We are going to start with the Department of Public Works. We have Louis Reynolds here, the department head. He's going to give us a quick rundown of, all the great things that our Department of Public Works does and will continue to do.
Well, thank you all for being part of this tonight, and hopefully I've done my due diligence here and we racked our brains a little bit, actually a lot, and do whatever. As you know, Department of Public Works, we give our best. We're the demand and deliver service up here, this township. So whatever we cut, it was a little painstaking, but we know where we're all at, and we're trying to do our best in hopes that you do see that we're willing to work with you, and hopefully one day you guys come back and work with us.
So Mr. Reynolds, how would you like to go through that, or Mr. Reynolds and Mr. DeTinian?
So I want to start with the salary and wage piece. So we are asking for a 9.2% increase, 9.26% increase on salaries and wages year over year. Our 2024 adopted was $2,763,569.01. We're asking for $3,019,385.70. The increase is driven primarily from the collective bargaining agreements with the AFSCME union and Teamster supervisor unions. So there was, as I've spoken about in previous budget hearings, a 1.5% increase to salaries and wages on 1/1/2024, 1.5% on 7/1/2024, and then 3% on 1/1/2025. We also have members that are what we call in the steps, meaning that they have not reached the maximum of their guide. So some members have received step increases for 2025. We've had some new hires. So it's the, full year or most of a year, new hires for positions that were approved in the 2024 budget, primarily truck driver positions. And that's what's driving our 9.2% increase year over year. I will let Mr. Reynolds though start with the public buildings and grounds operating budget.
So like I said before, this is a big to-do building. So we take care of 21 buildings in town. Ultimately, and these buildings call for many means of services, repairs, replacements, whatever the case may be. Try to afford our best. The vendors that we use are pretty much all either state co-op or county co-op. So we keep all that within line with public purchasing contract law. And, just sometimes there's certain parts of the year that going now into the summertime, you're going to see an influx of HVAC repairs that are needed and overhead door repairs that are needed, whatever. This is all cyclical. It goes like this every single year. And then as we approach the winter, we'll see, heating services and boiler cleanings, everything to that. So I won't bore you to death with everything that we do, but I think Mr. DeTiniak and myself, we scrutinized this budget pretty closely today. And we did some due diligence here in decreasing, a lot of these line items that are here today.
So I just want to add with this public buildings operations and maintenance budget. So we've made some highlighted cuts. We attempted to meet the 15%. I don't believe we were able to actually hit the 15%. It just goes to show, how closely Mr. Reynolds budgets, which is a good thing. What I do need to point out and is obviously impacting this budget tremendously on the upside is something that we've been speaking about in these meetings is that for the last couple of years, the finance department has allocated money for the maintenance of what we'll call the 10 Rooney property as part of the library appropriation. And when we talk about the library, we're going to show that we've reallocated, we've taken that, what was $700,000 for 2025. We've taken that out of the library line item. And what's left in the library line item is the $0.33 calculation. So their required levy, and then the 50% special request appropriation. So the 700,000 has come out of that particular line item. And I didn't put $700,000 into buildings and grounds. Is this okay? Can everyone hear me on this microphone? Because I don't think I've used this microphone before. So we are asking for $325,000 for the maintenance of this property. So obviously a significant decrease from the 700,000, but the 325,000 is where it should be in the public buildings and grounds line item. So, if you're just looking at this particular line item in isolation, it looks like it's gone way up. Just know that we actually cut $700,000 out of that library line item where 10 Rooney is really, those expenses have been isolated in that particular line item. So, this is a realistic, appropriation for 10 Rooney. It includes, some fencing that we have to put up. But it's really just for the maintenance of the property. It's, the added maintenance of the dog park, because there's a landscaping cost for the dog park. There's,
You have to landscape the rocks in the dog park?
Around the
Yeah, turn
perimeter area, the
Yeah,
fencing
okay.
perimeter on it to the outside of the back of the dog park, there's grass that needs to be maintained.
Okay.
so there's different maintenance contracts, that
Snow
we have,
shoveling.
different vendors that we have for that building. So that's all gonna be allocated to this new line. I'm calling it maintenance of 10 Rooney. It doesn't have an official account in Munidex yet, but that's what it is. And again, we're going from $700,000 down to $325,000. So I do want to go up to the sort of real cuts within what we started with. We were able to cut the service contract for the fuel dispenser. The underground storage tanks, I want Mr. Reynolds to speak to this, why we're decreasing it, essentially
Right,
cutting it in
exactly.
half.
So from the 12,004, I thought we can cut it by 6,000. Reason being is that I have been over the last couple of years as removing the underground storage tanks, which in itself is a big savings that you won't see because of the insurance costs, everything else, and the premiums and the licensing and permits and all that have to go with that through the state. So there's also a savings on that back end that you won't see in the budget line item here. But 6,000, I think, should get us through for this year, only because I still have to provide services for above ground storage tanks now that took their place. So I do have, quotes for that. So I think for the year, we're just around $6,000 for inspections for those above ground storage tanks. That'll take some place sometime this year. We still have one underground fuel tank storage location, which is our fire headquarters. This job has been put into effect, into motion a while ago. It's already been, money's been encumbered for it, whatever. We're removing the underground storage tanks there, providing 2 above ground storage tanks, a diesel and a gasoline. Only used to be diesel there before, so now we're giving the affordability and availability for the fire department to have both. And we're gonna put a fuel dispensary system in there like they have now, but just an updated one that meets all the DEP regulations and requirements.
Moving on to the next cut, the sprinkler system inspection. So the inspection also ends up including repairs. So it's not just the inspection of the sprinkler
Right,
system, because usually, and Mr. Reynolds again. could speak
Right,
to this.
exactly. So with that being said, like I said, I mean, we see where 31,999 was allocated last year, 531,65 was paid a charge. I don't know how that happened or why it happened, because annual fire inspections have to happen every single year without doing a 3-year and a 5-year that come obviously later on, and we're up to date and on schedule with all that. But we can go about doing a $10,000 cut with that, bringing it down to 22,000, not knowing what I've already spent to date with that. I think it's minimal to date, but I just had a assessment done and inspection done to all 5 firehouses, for the Ansel suppression units over the stoves and the ranges that they have, because that's by code, they need to have that. So with 5 locations, and the quotes coming back, other than the inspections, came to $10,000 for 5 locations. So this is where, a line item like that is needed, although it didn't reflect that in last year's spending. Moving forward, it's probably, it'll be real close to that $22,000 probably by the end of the year.
Next is it's a small amount, but we want to acknowledge that we're looking at the line items, the fumigating line item for $1,000. We've reduced that one. Moving on to the more substantial cut, the privatized services. So this includes janitorial services, which we actually have a savings.
No, that's the landscape.
Oh, sorry, it's the landscaping and Sterling Security. Pardon me. So we have a savings in the landscaping services because of the previous meeting where we went through the base bids and we were able to cut down on some of those services. But we also have this year Sterling Security, which is security we have in this building. That's a new contract. So it drove up the initial request, budget request, but you know, we've taken any cushion out of the privatized services and we've sort of leaned it out as much as we possibly could. So we reduced $40,000 out of that
So
privatized.
the. May I speak?
Please.
The privatized services, that was for the elimination of the fertilizer.
Yes,
and
yes, the
so-
bulbs and everything else to do whatever. So
So what
that
did-
original
wasn't that
budget that was
less?
there last year was 184,500, I believe. That was allocated to provide those landscaping services. So with the cuts that we made, moving forward with the contract bid for the landscaping services, we're at 117,718. So cumulatively, you'd have to add in the April and May that we had prior to it before it went out to bid, which is 14,300. So we're still at 142,328.75. And we still have close to $53,000 in savings for that.
Can I throw a question out?
Yeah, just a second. Councilwoman still has the floor unless she's finished.
Yeah, I'm finished with that question, but I would like to understand, is the underground fuel tank, that expense, is that for removing it?
No, that's just for inspections. Inspections for underground tanks are a lot. They're a lot because there's a lot involved. It's underground. We have to satisfy our insurance company. We have to satisfy the state, DEP with all the testing. That's tank tightness testing, that's piping testing, vapor testing, all that. So it's pretty, you know, it's a lot to do. Like I said, we can cut a little bit because we're going to above ground storage tanks, so everything is visual. So more like a visual assessment, but not so many testing procedures involved. So we were able to save a little bit there, but that's also just for inspections. I don't know if any repairs come down the line, how much it'll cost moving further. But these are all new units basically within the last year and a half. So I'm hoping we don't need any repairs moving forward or in the near future.
Okay, so for extermination, which we didn't discuss, the numbers are what you actually spent last year versus what?
You know, I think unfortunately, those numbers that were supposed to be for that line item came out of the building budget in its entirety because we have exterminating service. Let me see if we have over here. Yeah, so we have our exterminating company is $390 monthly, which comes to $4,680 for the year. Unfortunately, I think most of those services, and that all goes because the way the budget is put forth. If I'm dealing with a temporary budget, January 1st, I only get 25% of the budget upfront to spend. Am I correct like that? So 25% of that small line item doesn't give me much. So when these bills start coming in, I can't type a requisition to pay that out because it's not there. It's not allowing me to do it because the funds aren't there.
But that's all you spent, actually.
That's
right?
what's spent in that line item. No, we spend per year $4,680, $390 monthly, and that's for all the services for the buildings. And that includes, you know, vermin control, that includes, you know, putting down glue traps, whatever the case may be, whatever. There are also not included, you know, out of contract services. Sometimes we have calls for ants, sometimes we have unfortunately calls for roaches, beehives to be removed, whatever. That's not in the and it's not a contract. Well, it's a contract just to take care of mice and vermin control in the buildings because, you know, unfortunately that happens. But there are some incidentals that have to be paid out through other instances where there's other insects who we're having a problem with.
So this is as needed,
It's every month they come in.
and they go to 21 buildings?
They don't go to 21 buildings. They come here, they come to the police department, they go to the health center, they go to DPW and engineering, and they go to the 5 firehouses.
And they're spraying?
No,
What-
they're doing visual, they put down glue traps, and that's it. There's no spraying involved, there's no rodenticide involved, whatever. It's just the glue trap and that's it.
All right, thank you. Phil?
Councilwoman,
Yeah, well,
I'll get you in just a second.
how are we doing this? Because I.
You
Council
should treat him just like you would treat Councilwoman Scarpa.
Okay, so yeah, couple items here. 10 Roney Circle, we separated that out, but what about DPW building, Rock Spring? Everything is not separated out, so why did you separate out 10 Roney and not put it in with the rest of the,
So 10,
or vice versa? Why didn't you itemize out the other buildings?
so this is this is the reallocation of the 700,000 that was part of the library appropriation, which, I think we all decided it's not appropriate to have it in there because it's not part of the
Sure,
library appropriation.
Agreed.
So that truly was designated for 10 Rooney, and has been, I guess, for the past few years. So, I wanted to show that we still have a lot of expenses for 10 Rooney.
Mhm.
And I needed to show you that I reallocated it. So I typed in a maintenance of 10 Rooney, for here. So, I mean, I really could have just put it into maintenance of all buildings, interior and exterior, but I needed it to stand out because it's important to realize like, this is a big thing that we've pulled this out of cap appropriations and put it in.
Oh, no, and I'm fine with that, but would you break down DPW, Rock Spring? Like, my other concern is basically more Rock Spring and how much is DPW costing? Because DPW, and then also, do we have any money allocated for across the parking lot for our buildings? So that's ours now. I went to Mr. Albert, when are we occupying it yet? I'm sorry, I'm still I haven't shifted into gears from babysitting all day. What did Mr. Albert, I don't want to say deed it over to us, but vacate the space to us yet?
The space is ours to deal with. We actually, I had a conversation with the council president today. We're gonna look to put the study on for the next meeting, so we could talk about the different spaces, because it's gonna require capital to update that building. So, but we have the opportunity to do so. So we're gonna be prepared to present that at the June 24th meeting is. So we're gonna present it, but right now we have no money allocated for over there.
Okay, so elevator goes down, that's our landlord? Are they considering themselves our landlord over there? So like what,
No,
is that on
the other
us?
space, the other space is not on us. That's Mr. Albert's building. The only space that we have, we're concerned with is what would we consider the new section of the library, which was built in 1971. There is an elevator in there, but nobody's operating it right now. So but that would be part of our operating expense. Now, but it's not occupied this year. So
But I guess what I'm trying to ask is to, so how do we not have any money allocated for that building in regards to, his budget? I mean, say the elevator goes down, and I know nobody's occupying it just yet, but is the plan to occupy it by the end of the year? So
Well,
that would be
the
the first
the
question.
plan is to come to you on June 24th to make the presentation for the feasibility study, to ask you to allocate money to occupy that space. If that money is funded to us, then we have to go out to bid to see who's gonna do the work for us, and then award the bid and then go to work. I do not see that space being occupied in 2025.
Okay, so we wouldn't need to worry about the
Yeah.
budget in that sense.
I would love to have it done that way,
operate-
but I
okay.
just don't think we can practically, it's practical to get that done by the end of 2020.
So are we, again, as far as the ownership of it, are we entering into a lease agreement with him? Because why wouldn't he, if he owns the building and we have usage of the space for
I
whatever,
believe that space has been deeded to us, but I have to ask legal to
Okay.
provide us the.
yeah, because if the elevator goes down, and it's his building, it's his repair, not ours, shouldn't be ours.
Well, I believe the way the agreement was that space, once it becomes our space, it's our space.
Okay, because the
So-
council never saw that agreement, so it'd be good to, yeah.
I have a copy, but I would have to
Yeah.
get it.
Okay, yeah, that would be great, so we could wrap our head around future expenses
Yep.
for that building.
But I can tell you for the conversation tonight, that building's not gonna be occupied for 2025. I don't see it.
Okay,
No, exactly. I had an assessment done on the elevator last week
yeah,
from our elevator company. They checked it out. It's definitely old.
yeah,
There's a slight leak in the hydraulic inside the elevator shaft itself. So moving forward, I installed 2 elevators already. One at Rooney, one for the library, one for our tenants over there. It's a process. and it takes a while to get there, so.
I know.
That being said, 2025, who knows, how far into 2026 this may happen,
Ergo, what you have for maintenance for the elevators, is that including your maintenance contract agreements too with the new elevator over at 10 Roney, or
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
are that elevators included in the 325 number?
The 325 number, well, right now, we're doing the maintenance out of my budget, my buildings budget. For the elevators, both elevators at the Tabroni site. With one of our contractors or our state contractor vendor, TK Elevator, so that all comes out of, I'm assuming that's coming out of my building budget, correct?
Yeah, and that's where 10 Rooney is now. I mean, it's just part of the building's budget. It's just we've significantly reduced the $700,000 ask to now 325,000. But
Right.
the 325 is paying for all of the 10 Rooney expenses.
Okay, so then our other big building, Rock Spring, I know Kemper picks up a lot of those expenses.
Right.
Is that anything for Rock Spring in this budget?
Not that I believe, no.
It's all Kemper?
Yeah, yeah, that's the arrangement. Is that, they operate the golf and, when it comes to capital, that's where we get involved, but the regular operations are up to them.
And then Mr. Smeraldo, I'm going to request that hopefully over the summer and Council President, that we have a meeting just to focus especially on Rock Spring, because I'm not sure where the administration's at with that. But, there's more revenue we could be making off that site. I was disappointed to see the revenue numbers dip the way they have, but I also understand with the Kemper coming in and the condition of the building, it's not conducive to of meeting its full potential. So if we could have some kind of conversations over the summer in regards to Rock Spring and the plan for Rock Spring to capitalize on that revenue. That would be appreciated. And then last, Council President, I have a rental 07A. That's 551 Valley Road. Is that the Arts Council?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that. So why did that increase, number one, from 12,790? There was a conversation. Are they moving? Are they getting out of there? Or are they covering more of their own expenses? What's going to be the situation with the Arts Council?
I mean, we're budgeting, assuming that they're gonna be there through the end of the year, but I don't know. We have a month-to-month lease with
Right.
them now. So I mean, it could be something that we get out of, but I don't know that,
I
what the
can answer
administration
that.
wants to do with that.
Okay,
So Councilwoman, to add to that, with this feasibility study, we took into account the Arts Council because we know that they have a contract and it's a monthly rent. So part of our feasibility study was to move the Arts Council into some of the space that we were looking for in the lower level to share with the senior services and have the Art Council move within that area of the building. So, and we would give them a small space and let them hang their art in the hallways and things of that nature. So it would be our building and it wouldn't cost anything. We wouldn't have to pay any rent to anybody to house the Arts Council.
so we're not going to take that space in the new library, which, is that rented currently? Do we have a
It's
lease?
currently rented for a 3-month lease right now.
You can't fit everybody across the street. We
No.
can't,
Absolutely not.
and there's no way to
Absolutely.
make additional revenue at 10 Rooney and that
Well, we.
unoccupied office space.
So what?
Just one at a time, please. Just
Yeah.
one at a time, please.
Sorry.
So when we did our feasibility study, it was prior to leasing out this space to the movies production company. We were looking at which way we could do our spaces and where we can accommodate. We were looking to right now put in the building across the way, building, planning, zoning, and engineering, because it's a good marriage for all three services to be together. Right now, I think it's about 4,800 square feet, 5,000 square. I'm sorry, that's the one bill. This is about 7,400 square feet over here. With everything that we looked at, we would not be able to put the seniors over here One, because there's not enough room, and two, the parking would be horrendous. And three, the handicap accessibility, we would have to worry about the elevators you spoke about, or having people go around in front of the building. So what we were looking for, the accessibility for our senior residents, it's more conducive to have them go to the library. That was our plan to look at when we first started this feasibility study. We've been working on it for well over, since last summer, I'd say, so maybe August, September, nearly a year. And that's part of what we were looking at to do as a plan. So, whether you want to approve that plan, this is what
Yeah.
our concept was, and, that's going to be for your consideration, but, that's what we were looking to do.
And what about, I mean, we could talk about this when you bring the plan to us, and I hope it's not the next meeting because I won't be here.
That's when we were intended to do the next meeting, but, I know you're not going to be here,
Yeah.
but, that's,
Well,
we could
then I'll,
always sit down. We could always sit down.
yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, I don't understand why we can't put senior services at Degnan Park where we have all their activities. So I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to take away time from this tonight. As far as this page goes, I believe that is it. I appreciate Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Tiniak for, looking for funding. I don't see the personnel sheet in here. So are you changing anything on personnel? I know we're not to that, but
No,
it
discussed
meets
that.
to my
we
point.
we are not changing anything with personnel.
Okay, so here's my issue with that, and that'll be my last comment, is last year, with the succession chart and the, job org, just for my newer colleagues, we had taken away over 3 positions that we're supposed to implement in regards to CDL drivers that are desperately needed, because that had, that's why their overtime figure too was a little higher. That I thought, and I had asked Mr. Reynolds in full disclosure last week, where are they? And it wasn't put into this budget. I'm really disappointed. I wish at least administration would have gave him one. I appreciate the cuts here, but I rather see that one CDL driver put into this budget. I mean, and this is 2 years in a row. Mr. Pelosi, we lost Mr. Pelosi 2 years ago. Mr. Reynolds stepped to the plate. Mr. Latour and everyone else stepped to the plate, but we're still down people. And so I appreciate, I know he won't ask, but I'm gonna ask. I think at least this year we should, if we're removing money here, I think you should at least put in a CDL driver so he could get them started. It takes a while to get them up and running. So that's my ask to the administration and to my colleagues.
What does that cost?
So it's year's almost over, but you hire somebody. I don't know. How much would you need?
So if we're talking truck driver, we're starting at
Yeah.
56.
52 and change.
And just to finish my comment, my thought process for my council colleagues, they have a lot of people that will be retiring in the next couple of years eventually. And you got to get these positions acclimated and up and running. Otherwise, we're, snowstorm hits, emergency hits, we're going to be paralyzed here in the township. So that's my thought process. I'll leave it there. But thank you, gentlemen.
Before we move on, it sounds like, and again, this is my first year back, it sounds like there were in previous budgets allocations to hire multiple CDL drivers, but that we have either taken away those allocations but so I'm trying to understand the thought process over the last couple of years about this.
I think we added 5 last year.
We
No.
hired 6. Well, I had asked for originally in last year's budget for 9 truck drivers. Superintendent to be made, and that was it. Everything passed. We went through. They said, okay. A few weeks later, I was called by 2 other council members that are no longer here and say, we have to cut these 3 truck drivers in your superintendent's position because we have to satisfy the garbage contract. I go, is this reciprocal going into 2025? I can't, you know, everybody gets us so far. And we get there, and then all of a sudden we have all these cuts and nobody gets hired, and you know, and then we're in that stalemate again, you know, we've come up to a point where the morale was just horrible. You know, but, and I see the difference already with just the 6. Imagine if it was 9. You know, and building that, and where people look around and say, hey, listen, there's a future here, you know, I'm only here 10 years or 12 years, and then I got guys that are here 29 years saying, what are we doing? You know, we're down to bare minimum, 18, 17 guys. I go, it's, you know, we need to move forward with that, you know, and I don't know if this is the time or the place, but you know, everybody trying to streamline budgets and do whatever, but I think I made a bunch of fair and considerable amounts of cuts to do whatever, so we can move along with services and everything else. So I would like consideration to be made to get at least 2 of those truck drivers back into play for us. Like I said, it is a process. I think one of the truck driver applicants is already hired here as a laborer, so you're not talking about a full salary to put him on. You're talking about a differential from where he's at now to the top pay of the truck driver. So I think that's pretty much doable and feasible without really breaking the bank on that. But then further consideration, to at least have one more opportunity to put in the budget for another hiring for a truck driver.
And so if it's most of the year's gone, how much would you need, like 25?
Yeah,
It's
plus
starting-
plus the
starting
cost
pay is
of benefits. Yeah.
54,000,
Okay, so
347.
27, 28,
So
by the time you get it September, October, so even 25 is plenty.
Right, even if it's allocated or something put in there for this year, you know, the hiring process
Takes a while.
isn't that easy, you know? By the time you get applicants, by the time you do interviews, by the time you pinpoint somebody or some person that you think is gonna fit the bill and you whittle the way down from there, it's a process. I mean, I got lucky this year, affording the people that we hired I say a quick amount of time, which is very helpful for us, you know, moving forward and facilitate a lot of voided areas that we have now. So it's just comforting to know that I can pull to work now and have to look for a parking spot. Or I could have parked anywhere I wanted to. So any consideration to that would be very helpful for my department.
Thank you. Mr. Litwinoff, finally, we are to you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Reynolds.
Sure.
With the big money on this one page in single lines privatized services. You know, you had a budget of 184.5, you spent 165. Even after the reduction, you're asking for 214, which is a pretty significant increase. Now, Mr. Tenak, you mentioned about Sterling Security. This is the first year in this budget for them?
Now, so we use Sterling in the courts, correct?
yes.
This is the first year that we've used Sterling in
Building.
this particular building. So when you come in now, in the back door, there's a guard there, and that's Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. So that's a new contract.
And how much is that cost? I'd like to try to isolate it in
60 something thousand.
No, I think it's 100. I think it's 100,000.
Oh, well, the additional is
Yeah, the
60
additional.
something.
The incremental, yeah.
In total with the court, yeah, you're looking at 100,000.
Right, no, I think, but through that resolution for Sterling Securities was 65,000. Yeah.
So how much, I'm sorry, I'm hearing different
Yeah.
pieces. How much of Sterling is in this 214 request?
What do we say? It's the 65 for this building and 40 something for the court.
65 this.
The court gets covered under your budget?
That's covered for the privatized security service, yes.
Just so you know, Mr. Litwinoff, this is one of these mandates from the state
Mhm.
that we have to pay for the court security. And even though we have absolutely nothing to do with it because it's a separate branch of government, we have to pay for the security. Just so you know.
Mr. Kroger, I wasn't arguing about the point.
No, no,
of the thing.
no, just
I
was,
was just trying to monetize, so I can understand the numbers out of this thing.
Understood.
Okay, other question, and it may not be appropriate for right here, but since you moved the Rooney Circle costs over here, I've been looking through this budget, like earlier in this thing, where is the tenant, we're renting out part of that building. Where is the rental income in this budget?
So
Revenue.
it's going to be in the revenue side of things.
Well, I'm looking at page 3 and 4 and I don't see it.
it's way in the back. It's way in the back. I'm not sure I can find it.
And we didn't go over revenues yet. And that was in the front. Revenues in the old book is 3, page 3.
TSA. It's down in the TSA rentals under other special items of revenue.
Page, please.
Page 3, the
Mhm.
revenue, TSA rentals, other special items.
I don't see it. I'm sorry. All right, but
No,
if revenue is going to be a whole separate discussion. Right here.
17,000
Got
and
it.
change.
Okay, thank you.
What page was it?
Page 6. Okay, one other question again, since we're talking about, you mentioned the dog park, which is the 10 Rooney Circle area. What is the latest status on the pickleball court? Are we proceeding with this? And if so, how much is in the budget for it?
So that's a capital item. So
it's from 2 budgets ago.
it's not even part of a budget. It's just, it's a part of a bond ordinance.
Okay,
So I don't know how relevant it is to this
if
discussion.
it's not, then we'll move on. That's okay. I just, the subject for the property seemed to be in sync, so that was a question. Last question, and I'm trying to find the right page now, because your salaries were not changed, so there's no update on that. When I looked at it before, it seemed like the people who received longevity bonuses are being covered both in union and non-union people.
So it's not a bonus. We don't want to call it a bonus.
Yeah.
It's contractual,
Negotiated.
payroll item. And non-union employees receive longevity based on when they started. So, someone that had been here for 40 years, there was a longevity program put in place for the unrepresented employees and they get grandfathered in. So that's why you're going to have some unrepresented. And it's not anybody new. It's going to be somebody that's, been here 25 years
Plus,
or something.
25 plus.
Yeah.
Right, but am I reading it right that some union people also receive this?
Yeah, because that was part of the union
Yeah.
contracts. Yeah. Yeah, so, a lot of the longevity has been negotiated out. But again, we have employees that are grandfathered in, both unrepresented and represented by collective bargaining.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, I just want to piggyback on for his sake, just so you understand, years ago, over 25 years ago, folks started at a lot less salary range than they do now. And that's why longevity was in those contracts. So through the years, even at the school board, they were negotiated out with the longevity was negotiated out. So
I understand that. The only issue is that the numbers have changed significantly today. When you look at our salaries.
well, that's why the
They're
new
huge.
employees don't receive
Yeah.
it.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of other questions because the numbers that you gave us today in some areas have changed without the highlighting. So I just want to make sure I understood it. There was Councilwoman Castellino mentioned a line item 07A, which is 551 Valley. On the original budget, it had actual spent in 2024 of 2,790. Now it has 790. Was that just correcting a typo?
It probably was, and I probably corrected it and didn't note it as a highlighted item, so I apologize.
Okay, no, it's no big deal. I just want to make sure I understand it. So what you're saying here is that we budgeted last year 21,360. We spent roughly 3/5 of that last year, and then we asked for a reduced amount of $15,000 this year.
Correct.
So I'm trying to figure out, how did that change from
So-
24 to 25?
So the original the ask for 2024 doesn't net out the contribution from the Arts Council. This new number nets it out already. So the way it was done before is it just goes in as either a MRNA or a budget reimbursement. So I wanted to give you the net number, you know, the rent less what the Arts Council is going to give us for their share. So that's why.
So what are they giving us?
So they used to give like 300.
Yeah.
And they've now bumped it up to around 6. So
Per month?
correct.
And where are they getting that money from?
It's from their own coffers, yeah, from their own
They're raising.
raising.
Okay, if we drain this page, can we move on?
And I have more questions.
Please.
So the Arts Council building. We have a contract that we sign every month or for our bills, which is $2,000 a month. It's $24,000 to rent this. You're saying that they contribute 600 a month
Yeah, at least 600. Mhm.
and we're paying 1,400 a month. Okay, so I would like to make a recommendation that we stop this rental. There's no other group in town that rents a building. And I think that this is a necessary savings, and it seems like it would directly go towards the CDL driver.
I would agree. Can I
So-
make a comment?
Yeah, we would just appreciate if you raise your hand.
Okay.
It's a little
Okay.
bit crazy with you remote like that.
Okay.
And I didn't see Mr. Fagan raise his sign, so,
Okay.
but now you have the floor, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to look at the total costs for that Arts Council because it's not just the rental expense, the 2,400. There's also a security system and there are other costs. I remember when we read through that documentation, it's more like 40,000 when you really add up everything that it's costing us. Mr. Detiniak, could you give us the total costs for that Arts Council?
Yeah, you're correct in that. We talked about this, and it might have been in 2024, and we had an accounting. We can update that as of, June 2025. But you're right, there's a security system and there's some other
Yeah.
PSE&G
Yeah.
bill or something like that.
Mhm, which is very high.
So there
Right,
are some
it's-
other costs associated with so we will update for 2020.
Yeah, give us a total amount, and I agree, it's unconscionable that we're spending that kind of money. They should move to the library or wherever they have to as soon as possible.
Councilwoman, are you finished?
Yes,
Councilwoman, please.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to eliminate that as a line item.
We've
I'll
already
second it.
voted that we're not making any, we've already voted that we're not going to make any changes.
Today.
okay,
No, not today. We agreed until the end of the
Yeah,
workshops.
Yes.
And
okay.
Hope we remember this.
I've,
Well, that's what we said.
I won't forget.
Meeting.
yes, yes,
We lost.
yes, that's exactly right. So we can certainly take that as a to-do. Mr. Detiniak just wanted to follow up on Councilwoman Scarpa's request. She wanted the total nut. If you could provide that and
Yeah.
as well as each line item, if you could. So I'll just say 10 years ago, I was the only council person who voted against this contract, and it's still here and it's still chewing up huge amounts of our budget.
More so.
So, yes.
Okay.
Anyway, Councilwoman Rudin, you
Ye-
have the.
Yes,
you have the floor.
at the beginning of this session, you said that there was going to be a 9.226 increase in salaries and wages. Is there anything that we can do, or is every single thing contractual?
It's contractual. The overtime we looked at, because that's an area where sometimes with trending, we can reduce, we looked at the overtime. There really isn't positive trending to cut it down. So, the base pay, longevity and clothing allowance is all contractual. And that's the majority of it. So
And what is not contractual that we can play with?
Mr. Reynolds, you're
Terminate
contractual,
employees.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody in the department, every single person in the department, except the part-timers,
Right.
are contractual. There's like
Yeah.
nothing we can do.
Yeah.
Unless
That's-
you fire people. And
Okay, I do have a question. We had a problem, I believe it was last year, where there was trespassing and litter on the front lawn of the town council building. And we were told that it was not videotaped because
we need
there
cameras.
were no cameras. Is this something that is in your budget? And are there cameras right now outside of town hall?
Yes, there is, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so was that was corrected and it's a new item that you've purchased?
In the budget, it was taken out of, it might have been taken out of the IT budget,
Probably.
Yeah.
That would have been a Mauricio.
rather than recently, right?
And,
Right.
and
We have
and
four-
Mr. Allen, I know.
Right, so the back of the building has cameras and the front of the building now has
I
cameras.
believe that cameras were installed late summer last year. It was like August, September, something like that. We had some security issue concerns. It may have been a little bit earlier than that, don't quote me on the exact time.
Yeah.
But it was
Pretty
around
late.
that time. That was part of the reason why we went with Sterling Security in the building as well, because we had some issues with some, with our, that engaged our staff, that, people engage their staff in an appropriate way. And so we had to look out to protect everybody.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Scarpa, we know that you have raised your hand, but Councilwoman Rudin has the floor and we'll
Okay.
get to you as soon as we can.
Yeah, I'd like
No
to
problem.
understand about the guard. Is that something that is mandated that we are doing, or is there a reason why we have a guard there?
It's not mandated. We had, as I just said, we had several incidents last year where we had some people that were, for lack of better words, not nice to our staff. And it caused issues where even if we had police officers and everything else, it became a, more of a requirement to protect our staff. Given the concerns nowadays, many municipalities around the state are now, employing security because it's cheaper than having a police officer stand there. Years ago, we used to actually have a police officer in here, many. One was like when way back in the day when I was here. So, and we didn't, and unfortunately, we've had some people were very aggressive toward our staff, and it wasn't pleasant.
And how long ago was that? And is there any data,
That's what
the aggressive behavior and
we probably had at least 3 or 4 incidents last year that I'm aware of, if not more. And we haven't had any, we've had a couple incidents this year where people thought they could and things were deterred. We haven't really had any kind of serious situation since we've hired the Sterling Security.
It's a deterrent.
What's really nice too is that people actually, if you ever met our security officer, he's assigned here pretty much permanently. People are frequent customers of ours, and our staff are becoming friendly with him. And when you see him in action, people come in, oh, where are you going? It's not, he doesn't have to ask him, but he's, oh, I'll go to the building department. Oh, I'll show you, I'll tell you where to go. So it's becoming, it's actually a good service, and people are aware that they're there. So.
And he doesn't just stay in, his sort of podium downstairs. I mean, he walks the halls frequently and will check in on the offices.
It walks around outside the building and just make sure that things are, it's just an overall.
It's a good thing. I mean, you see where you're at the lower level. You can walk all the way to the backside of the building at the lower level, unassisted, and whatever intentions you may have, whatever, aren't good. So it's a welcoming sight to see in the morning. Definitely is.
And our staff is greatly appreciative that we hired these people,
Yeah.
the security company.
All right. Item 077 has jumped $100,000. Can you explain that?
That's all the services, a lot of services. Like I said, 20 buildings worth of services. This is everything from HVAC to heating to our monitoring systems to, exterminating systems to plumbing, electrical, just building supplies that need to get done. It's a lot. There's a lot of services that are needed here, and there's a lot of services that we afford here. And this is what you see, and then there's items that come out of my building services for other departments too. So it's a lot.
Okay. We talked about electric blowers. how can, where in here do you have maintenance for your current gas leaf blowers?
That would be under central automotive.
Under where?
Central automotive will take
So-
care of anything that's,
Different,
yeah,
department.
different department.
We'll get to that one.
It's not in there.
It's not-
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And so is that, if we were to budget for electric blowers, where would we budget for that? Would it be in this budget?
So if you're talking about like purchasing,
Purchasing?
so we would either do a bond ordinance, or if you wanted to fully fund it as a separate capital project, it'd be in like there's a capital section of the budget where you can define a specific project. So it's not part of the operating, it's outside of cap, and it would be like a special capital project.
Okay, is there some way that we can make a request to your department that when your equipment breaks down, that it is replaced with an electric blower rather than a gas blower? That is the same system that Maplewood used by using attrition of equipment and replacing, so that, God willing, we get back to an environmental stance in this town, that we have the equipment in place.
That makes sense, but as far as gas blowers, they don't break down that often. It's a spark plug, an air filter and a fuel filter. So pretty much, throw it back up on the table, change those parts out, get it back running again. So
But you're paying a lot for gas as well. So where's the gas?
That's a
in that?
separate line item too. We're gonna get to that as well tonight. So we have a separate line item for gasoline, diesel, and fuel oil.
Okay, and what is wildlife environment maintenance?
The geese,
yeah, I think that's,
the geese
Okay.
contract.
So the geese contract this year was 3,000, and I assume next year it would not be more than that. So shouldn't that be adjusted? It was only for addling the eggs.
right.
So we're not paying any more to gas the geese. And so why isn't that reflected in here?
So this, obviously, it just gets paid out of my operating budget for buildings, whatever. I don't control this. I don't ask for that amount, whatever. I do believe that comes out of the health department. Ask for that, so. Those numbers must have come from the health department to put in here. Like I say, it just gets put into my my operating budget for.
Is it in
But-
both in the health department and
Yep.
in your budget? So then if it's in this budget, shouldn't it reflect only 3,000? Mr. Deteniak?
I mean, we'll consult the health department and see if they can live with.
They have already agreed to that. They're not going to be
Well,
gassing.
We'll talk to the health department and, we can come back when you're ready to vote and
Sounds like-
if they're okay with that, we'll put it up as a reduction.
Okay,
I just don't want to speak for them and say, oh, there's something else that we charge out of you.
Okay. I thought it was more than 3,000.
no, 3,000. It used to be more when they were gassing the geese. But they are not doing that anymore, and they haven't paid for it.
Okay.
That's the end of my remarks.
Mr. Litwinoff.
If I may go back onto the salary page, Mr. Deteniak, you mentioned before with the overtime of the 375. Was I just optimistically hoping that I heard that there's a potential for reduction there? Or are you suggesting that we can?
No, we looked at the trending for the payroll periods that we've already have and sort of what's coming up. With summertime and everything, and we don't really see an opportunity to cut the 375.
Can you identify where the bulk of that overtime is coming from within your department?
Well, the bottom of what constitutes the bulk, or just.
Yeah,
Or
please.
just was taken out, we have either overtime for callbacks for sewer services,
Mhm.
callbacks for tree services, callbacks for snow plowing. Things of that nature. So there's a lot of services built up, a lot of emergency services come out of that budget there.
Okay.
Where is the budget for
Excuse me, just a second. Mr. Litwinoff, are you
Oh,
done?
I'm sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
Where's the budget for removing the leaves? Is it in this budget? At the November, December, when you're removing the leaves from the streets, where is that in this budget?
That just comes out of payroll. That's just,
Yes, they're overtime.
right, well, it's not just overtime, it's just our payroll, it's just
Yeah.
our, you know, our day, or. you
It's
know,
part of the shift.
Yeah. part of our
Oh,
shift.
yeah.
Okay, and what is the cost for that? What do you pay during overtime for that?
Well, so if they're doing their shift work, it's just their regular salary. Because you do, how many weeks are you running?
We go November
Leave per-
1st to December 31st.
And you have, how many employees?
On the road, picking up leaves at the time, we have 7 to 8 on one crew and 6 on the other.
So, you know, they're gonna be working their regular shift, it's just they're doing the leaf removal.
Right, we're doing leaf detail, leaf pickup instead of potholing roads or putting up signs or taking out trees, or we do the store work in between because that's something that's could be a catastrophe if we let that go, so.
The big overtime is gonna be what, events, you know.
No.
Snow
events,
is probably our
Snow is
biggest.
the-
Greenspan,
the
right,
bigger-
storm.
Rainstorms, right, so with
The breaks, the
our
main break.
stormwater management compliance program, we've taken that very seriously, and every time we all have weather channels and we get weather updates on our phones, whatever. If there's a potential for heavy rains, 2 inches or better, falling within a short amount of time, we have to stand by. We have to make sure these outflow areas aren't overflowing. We have to make sure that pond isn't overflowing. And you know, flooding out some of those homes down in Carteret and Bauer, which used to be a problem so many years ago, but I think with the improvements to the streets and the new catch basins and them being cleaned, you know, we've pretty much abated most of that. Not all of it will ever be abated, because, you know, you get 5 inches of rain, there's not too much anybody can do about it.
Yeah, so DPW is very much, the OT is event related. So like we said, weather related events or breaks in the infrastructure. Whereas when we were talking about police and fire, big drivers can be just short shifting, just because you don't have enough on, you know, on the shift. Now you're bringing someone in and then it's like a cascading OT effect. But DPW is more of like, there's an event, we need bodies to.
Right.
To do the work
We're not
after
delivering the
hours.
staff shift work. I wish we did, you know, but we don't. So you get 23 guys one day, the next day you may get 18, but we still plug along and get it done, so.
They don't have minimal staffing
Right.
requirements, like, you know, the 2 emergency services.
Do you think that having an extra CDL driver would eliminate some of the overtime costs?
One, probably not. Gotta be realistic with you, but it helps in affording us our daily routines. You know, before, prior to the 6 people that we just had hired, we'd break apart crews each day. Because whatever the priority was for that day, if that department didn't have enough guys and they only have 3 on shade tree and they're gonna take down a tree or do some removals, or a tree fell down or whatever, you know, now we have to start breaking down different departments, which now leaves that department a day behind in their work. So, you know, we're always trying to play catch up here, and you know, it's hard to juggle it all. We do the highest priority to make everything the safest we possibly could, and then we get back to work.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, my questions kind of relate to that. Managing our cost of salary, wages, and benefits of our employees, particularly in this department and with respect to CDL drivers. Is it possible to curtail expenses, or is it feasible to maybe have some part-time workers for some of these jobs that need to get done, or to subcontract some of this work?
Well, a part-time employee wouldn't be considered a CDL driver. We would hire part-time as a CDL driver. We would hire a part-timer as a CDL driver.
Mhm.
You know, that all comes with being a permanent employee through civil service status, obtaining your CDL, then getting hired. To have a subcontractor come in to drive a truck for us, I have numbers that they want $1,200, $1,500 a day to drive a truck for them. I go, that doesn't help our cause, bring any more subcontractors in here.
Can any of the work that needs to get
Right.
done be done by part-time workers rather than building up so much more staff that's going to really cost us a lot of money over time? Is there any way to look at the management of that department and of our employees to see if there's any efficiencies or economies of scale that we can recognize?
So part-time workers can only afford me 25 hours a week, if I'm not mistaken. So 25 hours a week from part-time employees really doesn't put me in any better place. I need to hire people who can put in a 40-hour work week, who have to be here in certain conditions, emergencies, snow and everything else. I could afford all that ability to our workforce also.
I just thought that might be a way to curtail costs moving forward, but I'll leave that to your discretion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just wanted to follow up on some previous comments, just to clarify. On line item 077, the maintenance of all buildings, interior and exterior, the number from the budgeted item last year basically doubled in terms of both the expenditures last year and what the budget request is. That seems like a 100% increase seems rather drastic in something that we do on an annual basis. Was there some movement around of actual numbers, say from another line item that
So-
made it double?
So I think, and we've seen this in some of the other budgets where the budgeted figure sort of stays stale and the actual expenditures in the sub account increase. So we spent 225,000 essentially last year against the sub account. So, now we're asking for what we really spent last year. So it's a more realistic ask for this particular sub account.
Oh, so they just took it, you just took it from other places?
Well, I mean, if we take out the, if we take out the reallocation of 10 Rooney, we just look at the ask. I mean, the ask went up significantly. There's no doubt about that. We went up 120 something $1,000. Again, we had the Sterling security contract, but we're just sort of trying to keep pace with the increase in the cost of really everything. So, we're trying to keep pace with that. We were trying to make up for the Sterling security increase, but when we went back and we looked, that's how we came up with the almost 50 something $1,000 in cuts. So, this allowed us to go back and really evaluate. And I think we got the sub accounts down to realistic amounts in the overall budget to really reflect the maintenance for every single building that we have.
I just want to follow up before I forget this again. We've talked a couple of times about 10 Rooney Circle and the property and its maintenance. And I just want to follow up the original budget this year. The 24 budget allocation was $700,000. It's reported that we spent $306,000 in 24, and then the budget request was back to 700. And I don't see where that is in the newest numbers. So it's hard for me to figure out where things went. If we're going to come to that later, fine, just somebody remember to talk about it. But I'm curious, it's a lot of money.
So when we look at the library and we have Mr. QB here, you'll see the $700,000 coming out of the line item. So a full removal of the 700,000, and we've put in the 325,000 here. So there's a net decrease, of the
400?
So are you telling me that this used to be in the library's budget?
correct.
Okay.
It's not in their budget, but
On that page,
it was in that line item.
category.
And I think I spoke very honestly and candidly. It was in there because it was outside of caps, so it helped. It helped with the
Okay.
cap. I mean, there's no denying it was outside of cap. The correct thing would be to maintain just the third of a mil appropriation and the special request from the library. That should be the only thing that's in that library appropriation, so that we're not telling the public that, we're giving all this money to the library, because it's not true. We're giving the third of a mil, giving the special request. But then the other stuff was related to our maintenance of that building, which the library is in now, but it was just maintenance of our building. So by putting it into public buildings and grounds, it's the proper budget appropriation line item for that building, for the maintenance of that building. And we've also come up with a significant decrease in what we're asking the public to fund for that building. Now, we used to have a pretty expensive service, and that was part of why that number was so high in years past. You know, we don't have that property maintenance service anymore for that building. So we've cut some of the expenses down, but we did the exercise. We went through everything that's getting charged there, and you know, we came up with a figure that supports the cost. There's not a big cushion for that particular building, but we feel that because of the budget increase being what it was, we really have to slim down, and you know, the 325 is the slimming down of that. The only thing extra is we put in for the fence. So we're fully funding the fence. It's not going to be a capital item that potentially has interest. We are fully funding that fence because, you know, that is a true safety concern there. I think everybody knows that there's that drop off by the patio and the parking lot there and the rocks, and you know, we don't want anybody to fall. And so, you know, we're including the fence in this maintenance. We're going to pay for it, you know, full boat at operating.
How much is that?
50.
No, the continuation of the fence for the wall, just under 18,000.
Oh, why was that? Oh, 50 would have been if we did everything.
Yes.
Sorry. 18,000 is in there for the fence. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
So going back to staying on 10 routing before I go backwards, the revenue that we bring in, the number you have, the 1.1, is that net after we expense out the 325?
No. So our revenues all go into the general fund. We don't say this revenue covers this particular expense. We
Okay.
can't do that. We have the miscellaneous revenues, and that number is what it is. And then we have our appropriations to cover all the different types of costs that we have. And then the difference is the amount to be raised by taxation, what we bill the taxpayers. So, you know, we wouldn't net any revenue against an appropriation. First of all, we can't do that. That's like contra accounting, can't do that. But they're separate things. Revenue is separate. The appropriation is separate. It doesn't necessarily have to equal each other, right? Just because we're bringing in 1.1 million, we don't have to spend 1.1 million on timber.
But I thought last meeting or the meeting before that, when I asked about revenue with that building, and I thought that contract was for 1.4 million. You netted out something. Did you net out the payment for the building? Maybe
No, I think
that's
we were talking about Stone Hill.
okay.
We netted out,
Okay,
we netted out the revenue area bond for Stone Hill.
okay.
Because that actually begins on July 1. You know, we need to pay that beginning July 1. So we have an amortization schedule that we're finalizing for that particular. It's actually there's 3 bonds associated with that, 2 tax exempt, 1 taxable. So that revenue gets netted for the debt service payment. So that's the Stone Hill pilot. And that's why I think when we talked about Stone Hill, there was a little bit of a surprise in what was
Oh, that's right. 'Cause this
anticipated.
building was $1, so we don't,
anticipated, because again,
big deal, right?
you know, even if I get $1 million from
Yeah.
Stone Hill, I have to pay 350,000 in bonds, so.
Yeah, for that.
Can't anticipate that full amount.
Okay, so going back to the breakdown of the maintenance on all the buildings. Next year, when you have the new program, that will reflect and differently then, I assume.
So it can, if it's something that we can manage, and if it's something that, you know, the council and the administration finds helpful, we can try to break that out. Or there's actually a different way. You can maintain the same sub accounts, and the new system has like a project-based tracking ID system where it doesn't matter what account you're charging. If you have a tracking ID for 10 Rooney or a tracking ID for Rock Spring, it can aggregate them between all the different accounts. So if that is something that is meaningful to this governing body, we can look to implement that from the start. So that we're not, 6 months into the system and then we're trying to go backwards. And so if that is something that is worthwhile, like tracking of expenses between the different buildings, and it's feasible for us to do, we'll
Well-
do that. Yeah.
Well, I guess mainly what I'm asking is if all goes well and you move them out of Barton Press and they move across the parking lot, and I don't agree with everybody going to the library. I'd rather see some revenue at that site and put them elsewhere. But at the end of the day, we would want to see, I know I would like to see the breakdown of each of our sites and how much each site is costing us. Especially if you have the site up at 10 Roney, that could be potential revenue coming in. And how does that weigh? You want to put the Arts Council there, I get it, and some employees, but that may be, potential revenue that we could utilize and be more advantageous to
Right.
our budget situation.
Right. Because there's, if we're putting our own people in there, there's the potential revenue of a,
Yeah, like,
real
look to
tenant.
squeeze them up at, whether it's the park or even, I don't know what the plans are from upstairs. I can't wait to see all the plans. But anyway, I don't want to spend too much time just to, let you know where my brain's going for next year as you
I'll
proceed forward.
I'll start looking at the support that we have and seeing if I can pull those pieces out easily, or, our staff can pull those pieces out easily. Because I know the capabilities of the new system. It's more of like, do you have to go through a PSE&G bill, and, someone's gonna have to say, okay, well, this property is this much, and then this property is this much, and where normally they just say, oh, here's the PSE&G bill for the month, and they're going through it and entering it in. But we'll look at it. If that's something, again, seems like it's
They have
it's
to be,
important
yeah.
to the council
Break it down.
to have a sort of mini profit and loss for the different buildings. We'll try our best to implement that.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay, so
I have, sorry, this will be my last round, I promise you. I would like to know, that dog part was given to us as a gift from the developer. I'd like to know how much it's costing us to maintain it.
Well, right now, we only, excuse me, we just started cutting the grass around the perimeter because unbeknownst to me, that those services, along with the contract or the settlement or the agreement, was supposed to be deemed to us for now our jurisdiction. I was never made aware of that. Nobody says, well, now you have to do this and that, whatever. Same thing with the sprinkler system for the dog park, for the watering and the area around it. I'm like, gee, nobody told me this. I go, we had a break over there in the wintertime. Nobody shut the water off. I got in touch with the management company, took care of it. He apologized. His guys were supposed to do it. They didn't do it. He apologized for the mix up in between with the misunderstanding that I knew nothing about it, which I didn't. Also didn't know about we had to shovel the walkway that comes through the building, through the dog park now. I'm like, was somebody ever gonna tell me this? I just, and this, when complaints come in and it looks bad for me because these are services I'm supposed to be providing, but didn't know
Absolutely.
anything about it, that,
Right. So is there some way to cost that out? Because, and
Anything that we do up there right now that we have done since the opening of the dog park was pick up the garbage and take away the recyclables out of there.
and was that in the contract that it was going to be your responsibility?
To do that?
Yeah.
Well, we provided the receptacles up there for
Mhm.
them. So we took that on upon ourselves. The health department bought receptacles for recycling, for garbage. We supplied the bags for the dogs, do whatever. So, my men go up there along with their daily routine that they do for garbage. So there's no extra expense paid to that. The only extra expense we'll see moving forward would be to add that walk to be shoveled, for the winter services. I think,
Who wants
Uh,
property?
if I'm not mistaken, we could move forward and take care of the grass area that needs to be cut?
So I just don't know how this was negotiated, that we get a free dog park and then more work is loaded onto our DPW that are already, so burdened already. And now we are paying for shoveling and mowing and all of these other services that are costing us and taking away time from your department. Is there some way to renegotiate this?
No.
Contract was signed years ago, whenever it was, I don't even know when it was signed, 2017, 18, whatever year it was. Or actually maybe a little bit later. I really don't know. I don't have that contract. I couldn't tell you. I
Okay.
didn't negotiate the deal. I wasn't part of the negotiations.
So are there any metrics on how much this is being utilized?
I know that Director Fonzino put in that you're supposed to have a permit to get into use the park. We can get you those figures and see if we can see how.
Okay, well, I would like to make a suggestion that we rewild this area and not accept this dog park, which is just costing us and taking time away from, why?
It's
We
deeded
own
to
this.
us.
It's deeded to us, but we can use it as another area that won't cost us anything. That's my suggestion. I'd like to make that to this group, because there's no reason to be throwing more money into a dog park that is, supposed to be free and it's costing us. My other question is, I really like the idea of the breakdown of what each building is costing us. We put significant amount of improvements, I would say, into this building for the BA's office and for the mayor's office. Years ago, that cost a lot of money. And I see that the town hall and the fire department are listed on 073 as miscellaneous repairs. Why is that not included in the maintenance of all buildings? Why miscellaneous repairs?
Because we go back to the time, to how all these line items were set up
Yeah.
back in the
It's
day.
antiquated
The way,
system.
the way the verbiage is here, it's just not clear.
Right.
It was definitely not clear. So,
It's
We'll be
probably
fine.
one-off items.
right, right.
That's the only thing I can think of.
So,
Again, like the sub-accounts are what they are. And I just think they haven't been updated
okay.
and just the amounts have sort of rolled forward every year. And, maybe 10 years ago, there was a specific, even though miscellaneous is not very specific, repair for town hall. And they budgeted 12,400 and
Stay
then
there ever since.
every year.
Yeah, so
that-
it probably goes back to the day when I started, when DPW was either in the winter season or when it wasn't snowing or do whatever. I remember we used to go around and paint the firehouses ourselves, in-house, paint the doors, the overhead doors, whatever inside. So it could go back as far as that,
Okay. So I'd like to just make a request that 73 and 77 be merged and then it be broken down according to my council members' request so that we see how much each building is costing us in terms of maintenance, interior and exterior.
So we're going to you want us to combine 73 and 77, correct?
Yes, as part of the buildings.
Well, my request isn't for this year, it's
Please,
for
please,
next
please,
year.
hold on.
Because they're getting a new system, so it'll be easier to track now.
Right, but for right now, that I don't understand why they're separated. And I don't like junk drawers, and a miscellaneous is sort of like a junk drawer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa, thank you for your patience.
That's okay. I'm kind of agreeing with both. I'd like to clean up whatever we can right now, but we have been asking for income and expense reports for Rock Spring for I don't know how long. We really need to do this tracking and make it a permanent procedure of ours. It's really, really important. We also have to be really looking at how we're going to increase revenues. And I agree with Councilwoman Castellino. We really need to get some revenue from that library area. Also, another area, and I'm going to make the request, I'd like to make it to Mr. Smeraldo, and I'll talk to Zabeth. We need to look at our stormwater ordinance, and we need to be getting fees to offset the engineering review costs, the way Verona does. I'd like to see us take a look at what Verona has. It shouldn't take too much time. Get together with legal and figure out how to absorb some of these costs, because we're not going to be able to cut our way out of this budget mess. We're going to really need to look at the revenue side. And I think the revenue side is really, really where there has to be some focus.
Thank you. Are you done, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino, you had your hand up.
Okay, I just want to say hi. We had a little invasion of a local Girl Scout troop, so seeing civics and work, so that's awesome. All right, so I just want to go back to the dog park. So when the free dog park, yes, I know the way things were advertised, but it was always stated clearly to the public, we were going to inherit it. And there was a whole debate, last council had a whole debate on why we were charging for the fees for the user. A user fee was to cover the cost of it. Where I'm just disappointed was obviously all the costs may not be getting covered because of miscommunication between, I guess, legal and administration. So we need to, get that down straight and see, I will agree to make sure that we're getting those costs covered. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't suggest removing it, because I believe when you look at the licensing, we have a lot of users, and if it is being underutilized, then that's a whole nother situation. Mr. Fonzino is going to have to see how he's going to get the users numbers up, because, the whole intent of that was to satisfy, I think, like 5,000 dogs in the township. So anyway, that's all. I just wanted to share that information. Thank you, Council President.
Are we done with this page? Because I just want to point out that we spent almost an hour and a half on one page. And if we expect to get through this in a reasonable time, we have to be more prudent in our comments and our questions and requests. For example, requests for information, you can do that at any time of the day with sending an email to Mr. Detiniak, and we don't have to discuss it here at the meeting. That would save us a little bit of time each time we make a request. I'm just asking everyone to just try to be cognizant of trying to be more efficient. So, next page.
Council President, this is the shade tree care department. So it's the next page in your pamphlet. We've looked at the contractual services for the pruning. We have a decrease of $50,000. I think this is the bare minimum that this particular department can work with. But again, we understand the need to make cuts. So we'll let Mr. Reynolds speak on the shade tree care department.
Right, so what Mr. Detiniak said, I mean, this is probably bare minimum. These services that we have through these contractors, invaluable services, invaluable. They put out so much work in the past couple of years for us, trying to help us catch up, trying to get us to be more on top of the ball, especially with viable, unviable trees, with trimming areas that haven't been paid attention to in over 5 years, that there's a cycle that with pin oaks and everything else, every 5 years they should be trimmed. We've negated that for over 5 years. We were able to take care of those, take advantage of these services to get those done last year. And I think we pruned out 760 prunings we did last year with the outside contractors, along with 90 removals. So that's a lot of work. That's more work than my in-house department can handle in a year. So this gets done, that got done last year for us with these services.
Nobody's raising their hand, so I'll just ask a quick question on line item 200 on trees. Looks like we spent $52,500 last year. We're asking for, in the original budget, we were asking for 53,550. Now we're asking for 145,350. Just would like to get an explanation of how that number changed so much.
Sure, so last year, with the budget and the hearings, everything going on, it got settled late in the year. We had two line items, 090 Township Forester, and then the trees 200. So we didn't know or how to classify Township Forester. And I asked the CFO at the time, I go, what is this for? And he's like, oh, it's this and that. So it wasn't a clear cut answer, whatever. So with that being said, I think a few weeks after that, Councilwoman Castellino, correct me if I'm wrong, that I think the council put together a nice brainstorm, which incorporated both of those line items to finally give us a tree planting program. So with that money combined, the 90,000 and the 52.5 gave us that 145,000, or gave us 142,500, that we were able to put together a tree planting program, which is DPW hasn't had in a long time. And then with doing that, we were able to get it out to bid in 2024, so we could use the money, because with that amount of money, obviously it has to go out to bid. We got the bid back. We did an early spring planting with that for 242 trees, all around town. That includes the mulching and the stakes and the deer guards and mulch and everything else. That's watering for a year, replacement of the trees for a year. So I think that works well together, combining those two things to finally give us a tree planting program.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman.
So, okay, so you're saying the foresters is now in with the tree?
Last year, you, the council had approved it to go that way. They call them.
I don't remember that, but I.
Which was a great idea, so
Yeah.
Seth should remember.
Well, yeah, that's, you're funny. I might have been, yeah, I don't remember that. Combining the line items, because I'm one for
Well, because we
keeping
kept
out.
that township forester open but I didn't have any rhyme or reason, at least I didn't at the time when I took over for that. I'm like, what is a township forester?
Oh, wait, so that's not Mr.
No,
Yeah, okay,
No,
that's where I'm getting
right.
confused. So he's somewhere else in the budget.
he's in the
He's a salaried employee.
salaried
Yeah.
employee, right?
Okay, so I remember us approving the 52, and then we were given more money, but altogether we wanted to do 145 this year.
That's what we did last year. We did 142.
Yeah, but that was to play catch up, not to keep going forward.
So far right now,
Is
this is for a tree planting.
Okay.
That's not for contractual. This is for a tree planting. So
No, I know. I thought we had to catch up last year because we had a whole bunch of trees that were promised out
we
from
just did
years
that. We
past.
just did the planting
250.
this early spring.
Yes, but we utilized last year's money, budget money
That was these two line items.
for,
That was 142.5, correct? That we put out to bid that time. Yeah.
And
yeah,
so-
but that was on last year's budget.
Right,
And
But we
we're repeating that.
pre-purchased the trees ahead of time.
right, correct.
So I didn't expect 2025 to be so high.
We are
It's a
looking at,
continuation of the tree planting program.
right, so it's for the last 3 years of removals alone that the township DPW shade tree did, or the contractors, there's 270 trees still left to be planted.
And
Last year.
realistically, because now the summer, you're not gonna plant any trees. How many are you?
No,
gonna
so if we
plant
could take
in the
advantage
fall?
excuse me, if we could take advantage of doing what we did last year, to put it out to bid and do an early spring planting again, which I prefer over an early fall, because you don't know what snow's gonna bring, an ice storm or whatever, the tree's gonna break or whatever the case may be, so. If it's done that way, I think it's another successful planting program that we haven't had, and then to have them 2 years in a row, maybe gives us some time to catch up on where the canopy is falling short.
And I know that's important, but again, I'm just gonna put it out there because my colleagues have made mention of, and again, I'll leave it to them. This is a place that is, where we probably could trim a little bit.
Good word.
You like that? I thought you liked
Do,
that.
I really do.
But again, I'll leave it there because, you can't, each department, we did make that statement last year. Circumstances I'm hearing change this year over and over again throughout the course of this budget, and rightfully so. So I mean, respect realistically, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble talking because I got my thing in my mouth. What realistically, you're gonna be able to use all of this?
For the tree planting?
Yeah,
Absolutely. If I put it out to bid like we did last year,
Okay.
it was all utilized. And like I said, we have 270 trees now waiting to be planted. So I have one of my guys on shade tree now, after he just did another tree inventory. We did an inventory with a grant, 2022, 2023, and was satisfied 2024. We assessed an inventory 10,000 trees. Out of those 10,000 trees,
yeah, I
Two
remember.
thousand one hundred and fourteen need services. There's 195 priority one hazard removals.
I'm sorry, can you go slower? How many?
It's 195 priority one hazard removals. That's the last time that I was at this meeting. So some of this may have changed. Some contractors may have done some of the work. I know I have some of my DPW crew out there doing it. We've satisfied 70 or better as the last time that this was printed out. So we may be even closer to 85 that we've taken
Oh,
over.
wow.
So yeah, the guys are doing a good job. They really are.
And we're signing off on, even when the contractor does, we're signing.
Yes, Forrester
Make sure
handles
that
all that.
they're
He
planted
makes sure, yep,
properly.
yep.
Okay, like I said, I would put an asterisk by it to see if you need to shave anything off, but,
Just a second, Mr. Lippman.
that's my only recommendation.
I just want to make sure it's clear to everyone. You moved the Forester off of this page and put it into payroll. So
Yeah.
we're still spending his money, $90,000. So what
We
we've
did not-
done,
We spent his money in payroll last year. We took the money that was allocated for Township Forester last year and combined it with the 200 trees, 200 line item trees and purchased all those trees. So we spent last year's money on buying trees as well.
Because didn't you make him a truck driver or something?
yes, that's what he's in the
Yeah.
line item for this year.
Yes, for civil service, yes. He's a tree expert, but
But he has a CDL license.
but for this year, we said, let's just have it in the trees line item because it's the tree planting program. So it's all combined.
Okay, so the tree planting last year
Yeah, this is confusing.
Tree planting last
was,
year
was 52,500, but that's not what we were doing. We added another $90,000 to the
Correct.
tree
Yeah.
planting program last year.
Yes.
And then we're going to keep it the same this year. And essentially what we've done is we've tripled the tree budget. Is that a
Yes,
fair reading of what?
this year.
Right. Mhm.
Okay. So that's what we're proposing to do. And for this year, again, it's now up to a little over $145,000. How many trees is that going to be, or do you have to see
Well,
from your bid?
Last year, bid it out was 142,000 and change. That came to 242 trees were planted.
242 trees were purchased or planted? Because you said
Both, they were purchased and.
because you got 270 trees left.
270, I have 270 spots now from removals that we did prior over the last 3 years that need to be planted.
We actually got extra trees.
Sorry. just let me ask
Yeah,
this.
we did. We had extra trees.
And then
And
I'll get to
yeah,
Mr. Litwinoff, I'll get
So
to.
like this
Sorry.
question. So the way we're bidding out now for streets and tree removal, I thought we were bidding out when we do the bid that the tree planting is included in the bid if it has to be taken out for a street or et
So
cetera.
for our big road,
For a road improvement project, yes.
So moving forward, I expect, am I wrong in expecting this number to decrease tremendously once we're caught up with all those trees removed?
If we're able to still sustain in the road improvement project, those trees that been removed and there's money there to replant them, then yes.
But
Now,
again,
there was
what
a
was
few
getting
years.
bid out at that time within that cost of that project. So I don't want to be like budgeting twice for trees. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Director Carballo is now with her, when she puts out the bids for road work, because she is including the tree replacement program specific to that roadway.
Yes.
Right, so now we have prior road improvement projects that didn't have that there.
Yes.
So this is where some of these 270 trees exist where or they need to be planted. We have some, trees out there, streets out there that there's not.
Oh, I know. So once we're caught up there, again, moving forward, we could see this number go
So once we're
down.
caught up, yeah, I think so. I think that's a possibility, yes.
And
That we don't have to afford that big of a line item for a tree planting program. I don't know how it works with the new tree ordinance as far as what we take in for escrow, as far as what we can use for that. Yeah, so that,
numerate it separately.
all right, so
Yeah.
that's why we're using this for the tree planting program.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Litwinoff.
Okay, so with the I'm just gonna shift on your lines. And I understand the problem with the lines, the way the budget's set up and had the charges come in, but I've seen public service trucks, well, not public service trucks, but public service hires asphalt a lot. And there's an awful lot of pruning that goes on in our township. Are we duplicating anything with this 241,000 that you have in your budget for pruning with what public service is already paying for?
Service in Asplin specifically trim all the lines around their power lines. They're the only ones that are able to do that, are trained to around high power lines, so that's what they do. That's their jurisdiction, so they don't lose electric service. The lines don't come down, it's a safety thing, they do it when they feel it's needed. And that's something we don't do. We don't duplicate those services, or we don't go out and trim around power lines.
All right, but they've also taken trees down. There's one place on Gregory Avenue that I knew, because I talked to Mr. Kim about it at the time, that
Right.
they were gone, and they decided there was an issue and they took them down at their expense.
I can't argue that. I
Okay.
didn't see it. I didn't know anything
Yeah.
about that. I'm sure they do remove trees, I'm sure that if there's issues with trees that maybe a 60-foot tree across the street for primary power lines,
Mhm.
if it looks like it needs to come down, or it needs like there's something going on with the tree that's not healthy,
Mhm.
in hindsight, they're gonna take it down, so it
Right.
doesn't knock down the power lines.
Yeah, my concern mainly is just that we're not doubling up on the same work.
We're not,
Okay.
especially with public service work.
All right, thank you.
I just want to.
Yep.
Okay, so I have asked at several meetings for there to be a not to exceed clause for our tree removal companies. Because last year we spent $300,000 removing trees. Is that possible that you can add that to the contract? Or is that not something that you can do?
That's more of a part of the resolution. So that would happen at the time the resolution is adopted.
Which is the contract.
So you would put that in the body of the resolution, appointing or approving so-and-so with a not to exceed of whatever the number would be. That's the time we would have to do that.
Right, but how do we keep an eye on what is actually being spent? Because I'm getting calls all the time from people who are saying that street trees are coming down in front of their homes and they're not happy about it. So, and we're paying for that service. So how do we as a council know how much has been spent for each of the three companies that have been given contracts?
Well, we provide vendor histories to the council all the time. Like it's part of our regular requests. We can give you the tree company as of today's date. We can give you a vendor history.
But
for
how do we
those.
stop the spending? We can't stop it if the bill has come and they've already done this. I'd like to know how much they've already,
Well, before any tree comes down with any of our 3 tree contractors,
yes.
the assessment is made. The size of the tree is taken into consideration, how much work needs to be done, we batch it up, we're not just gonna come in and have a contractor do 1 tree. So maybe they have 5 trees, they submit an invoice with a quote, what the price is going to be. For our temporary budget, we send it in, we do a requisition, if the money's there, we know that we encumber a PO for that work to be done through that specific tree company for that amount. But we have tabs on what we're doing, we know what we're spending.
Right, but I would
I
like
think your
to-
question is operation. It's more of like operationally, you don't want us to take the tree down, and I can't speak to that. That's we're doing, I guess, what is best for the residents or the town, the safety of the residents. That's not something I can
No,
answer.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about having a limit to the amount of the contract that these 3 companies have an open check. If there's work that needs to be done, then it's sent out. I would like to know that we have a cap for each of these, and if there is an emergency, that they come back to the council and that we understand what
So-
is going on.
So then to that, I would say we would do a not to exceed. And then as we get closer to that not to exceed, it's not that, you know, the trees are not gonna need service. We would have to come back and say, hey, I
Right.
think we're gonna have to increase this. And you would do another resolution and we'd say, you know, increase it from 250
Yeah.
to
Which we do. at the
350,000.
Right, so that's
That-
what I'm asking for.
On the not to
Can we get that so that we have a handle? I mean, taking down a lot of trees, 91 trees were removed. That seems like that's a high number.
Well, that's all based on our forester, his individual professional assessment of a tree. We don't just arbitrarily say, take it down or do whatever. We do have an instance here and there where I had to get a tree removed that was viable, but it impeded our sewer line. You know, there's 10 feet of our sanitary storm line was compromised, creating a big hazard on top of it. We had no choice but to take that down to make the repairs. So, I mean, you know, we're aware of it. We don't like to do that. Certain instances ask us to do that, and we have to. But there are assessments made of all the trees that we do take down due to their viability or to something else going, wrong with them. They're sick, they're shedding, too many branches. We do a top crown inspection. If anything's going on in there, then the recommendation through the forester is made for the tree contract. The way you trim it out, where you take it down, where you just do a safety prune, that's all on the forester.
We can have the discussion,
Offline.
which my
Yes.
least favorite term, offline. Like we're in the matrix right now, but
Mhm.
when we're out of here, we're not in the matrix. Offline, yes. we
But
will.
excuse me, Councilwoman, we've been, and you've sat here since, God, a year or two now, every time a contract's up, if the administration neglects to put it in the resolution, we always amend it and add it in not to exceed. So they all should have not to
But
exceed.
they don't, those three companies do not have a not to exceed clause. That's what I'm asking. The question is why.
Right.
Should have amended those.
the keys here.
Scarpa.
Councilwoman Scarpa, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, just real quick, is there some way to have a tracking number on all three of those vendors and give us a quarterly report of what we've spent to date?
Yes, we can give you the vendor history for all three. What they've spent against the 2025 contracts.
Right, and moving forward, could you give us a quarterly report to the council so we could track the spending?
Yes.
Okay, that would be helpful.
The potential issue with that is that there is a lag time and sometimes a substantial lag time
Yeah.
between the time that somebody estimates the work, does the work, and then bills for the work. So we just have to be mindful of that. I don't know. I'm not sure quarterly would be sufficient. I'm thinking maybe monthly.
Oh, good, even better.
Spending $300,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking,
So we'll do that and include the details so that you know how much of a lag there is. You know, you'll see what the invoice dates are. And we'll start with May 31st as of May 31st.
Okay, great, thank you.
and Mr. Reynolds, what you're saying is, if I understand correctly, is that these three firms only do the work that the township tells them to, and they're only told to do the work after the forester does a professional assessment as to
Correct.
whether the tree has to come down.
Correct. Out of our three contractors, two of them do emergency and non-emergency removals and trimming. The other one just does removals, not emergency, not trimming, so.
The reason I'm asking is because it does not sound like from what you've said that we as a council would have much control over, as I think if Councilman Rudin was saying, no, stop doing that. I don't think we can, for what you're saying, there's not much leeway for us to be able to do that. It's either Mr. Kipp decides that in his professional assessment, the tree has to come down or not. He can't do the professional assessment and then us not take down the tree, right?
Right, agreed.
So, I'm asking for clarification. Am I missing something, or do we really, meaning the council, don't have a lot of leeway to control these costs?
Well, we do, I mean, you do and you should, and that's what you're asking for, and we'll make sure that that's provided. Unfortunately, I think as far as what budgeted numbers are for contractual, services for trees, like, we use that as the not to exceed. So if we have to put something in as a not to exceed, and it's lower than this, and then we do need it, we need emergency appropriations, absolutely, we can afford it to you.
Okay, yeah, that's
But
not
like,
really what I'm
Council
talking
President, I
about.
think to your point is that, so once Mr. Kip notifies the tree, it has to be removed. We actually, essentially as a municipality, have been put on notice that this tree is not viable for whatever the reason it was determined. At that point, depending on whatever funding we have remaining or is allocated, has to be expended to take that tree down. So I think that may be what you're looking for. So, and if it becomes that we've exceeded the not to exceed, we're gonna have to come back to you. I think at
Exactly.
some point, we would, based on the monitoring, say, hey, listen, we're running short on this, so we don't want to be in a position where we can't take a tree down, so we'd have to let you know ahead of time to bring back another request to submit that we're gonna need X amount of dollars. We anticipate X amount of dollars. If I think that's what you try
We
to
do for the streets all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but essentially our control would be to increase the amount of money we're gonna spend to take down the trees, because I'll bet you somewhere there's in our insurance policy, if we decide that a tree is
Oh,
a hazard,
Yeah.
it's gotta come down.
Yeah.
It's not like we can say up here in the council, well, we've budgeted this amount.
Not just our town, but I've heard recently about 4 different people in the last week or so who've lost vehicles to cars. Cars, to trees falling in various other municipalities besides here.
Yeah.
We've had, plus you gotta remember, it's hurricane season, and
yeah.
knock wood, no pun
Nor'eastern.
intended.
Yeah.
Which in that case, if there was an emergency such as a declared emergency, we can get reimbursed by FEMA for a lot of our damages, but that doesn't mean we're gonna recoup 100%.
Okay.
I think we've drained this page. In agreement, we can move on.
Yeah.
You wanna leave it alone? Sorry.
That's fine.
All right, so put an asterisk by,
This, we
Line
should move
200.
quickly with this one. This is,
yeah,
the parking facilities line item. We have rent, for New Jersey Transit. Mr. Reynolds can speak very briefly on that. Go ahead.
Actually, this
What
this
page?
one's good to me because, like, I even question, I know there was a resolution done for this, so fill me in, I like to know too.
Oh,
We have a rental
they didn't
expense,
change
yeah.
it. Okay.
This is the amount that we have to pay is 2,854.84.
in the big budget book, not this one.
I would say. Oh, yeah, because nothing changes.
Nothing
We're not changing anything with this. There's no cutting. It is what it is. It's $2,800 we have to pay for rent. That's really all there is to say about it. I would just move on if it's okay with
Page,
everyone.
that's page 82 and the other. page.
Yeah, so there's no cuts here. That's why it's not part of the packet.
No questions? We can move on?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, this is our, we call it the salt, chloride and plowing, but it's basically the snow removal budget. We do not have any recommended cuts for the snow removal budget because we spent every single penny in the snow removal budget.
That's
last
page
year.
85
Um,
in the big book.
we would like to keep it flat. We did not ask for an increase from the prior year. We would just like to keep it flat. We spent the whole thing last year.
And the point that's usually made is we have no idea. We just have to estimate what our needs are and probably err on the upside.
Correct.
Make sure we have enough. Okay.
And there's also reimbursement to some private developments, one of which is in Llewellyn Park, there's a settlement agreement. We pay specific amounts for leaf and snow and streetlights,
Mhm.
which is in a different section, but again, we spent the entire budget last year. We're not asking for an increase. We're just asking to remain flat.
So question real quick,
Please,
Council?
go ahead.
So, not so much question, but just statement to help my colleagues. So obviously snow removal, came in, higher, $100,000 higher, than, budgeted. And then you have the private development salt came in lower, but still budgeted higher. So obviously you're moving, you're taking from one line item than the
Yeah.
other. But down below, you're showing where you came in pretty much close to budget.
We also purchased a lot of salt in the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
So we already have considerable
We're
expenses.
short from last year, yeah.
And then, hopefully it's warm through the end of the year. and-
Save it for
and
next.
We're not getting hit at the end of the year, but can't predict the weather, so.
I'm good.
And we can only keep so much salt.
Right,
How
right.
much salt we keep
I,
in our two,
the most I could keep
six-
is 600 down below at 25 Lakeside. If I had to squeeze 1,000, I could do it at our recycling center, but that's all, that's it. That's all we could keep. I'd like to have another place to store it. It'd be nice. And then, you buy it and it's allocated, it's done, and it lasts you to the next year. At least you get through that too.
And we can go through a significant amount in
Yeah, yeah.
in a snowstorm.
Yeah.
You could make a salt tower behind Mr. Cuby's building. Teasing.
Please, Mr. Cubey, please.
Had a tease. So
Councilwoman Scarpa, thanks for your patience.
That's okay. I had a real quick question. That seems a little high, given that we really hardly had any snow this season. What did we spend in 2023 compared to 2024?
I don't have the 2023 numbers in front of me, but we had
we had ice.
we had a lot of smaller storms.
Right, right.
that
And they were
require
back to back. There were
treatment,
3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. We had temperature drops, so
Weekends.
there's ice conditions. So I guess you've noticed all the hills that we have in this town. Even down in the valley, I have hills. So, to navigate these hills and not have enough supply of road salt is not only dangerous to the motorists, our residents, and my people. So we have to be ready, willing, and prepared to do all this stuff.
So removal and ice and salt, is it two different line items or the same?
Removal's third party, yeah. Yeah, the removal's for third party.
Third party plowing.
Plowing, right, correct, not removal. Another old line item.
Yeah, it's an old term, but it's when we utilize a vendor for plowing to help
Yeah, I
out.
would be curious what we'd spent in 2023 versus 2024.
Every year's gonna be different with the amount of snowfall, the temperatures and everything else. It could start off as rain and 3 hours later I have a sheet of ice in front of me. So we take a proactive approach. So we don't go out there arbitrarily pre-treat our streets, 2 days prior, like you see DOT does or whatever, but we are proactive. We do get out there before any precipitation starts and before we have a problem, we manage it. And, like I said, it's hit or miss. You don't know if it's gonna come or not. Just 1 or 2 degrees on that scale there, and you're looking at a mess, go from 33 to 31, everything freezes up quickly.
So the township, just for everyone's edification, township does not take advantage of what used to be called the snow removal trust, and now they've made it more general as a storm recovery trust. So many municipalities would take this budget and they would say, okay, well, we have $300,000 left over, and they move that money into a trust so that, in those lean years, you sort of build up the trust, and then when you have a significant snow season, or even, you have a hurricane, Ida hits, you can use that money that you built up into the trust. So, Township of West Orange, for whatever reason, never availed themselves of that trust. And so we have to budget for, what we think we need every single year. There's no putting money aside. It can be a conversation we have in the future. It's not very difficult to create the trust. It's allowed by the state. It would just mean, putting money aside and not having it go to fund balance. So, definitely something to discuss in the future. I don't think it's not going to change anything for this year's budget, but there could be a potential for future years where we don't have to budget as much because we have money saved. So,
Mr. Tiniak, is that something that requires a council approval?
yeah, so you're gonna have to do a resolution, doing a dedication by rider, and like I said, it's commonly accepted, so yeah, I don't even know if you have to make application, but you'd have to do a resolution, just establishing the storm recovery trust. I was shocked when I checked with the state and we didn't have one, so.
Okay, and now the question of the night. Line item 120, Vizcaya reimbursement, and then it's got 2020, 21, and
Yeah.
22.
So, I mean, really, it would be zeroed out and you'd move that 685308 to something else. Because in the budget, this is just one line item. So, like I said, we spent the entire thing. Obviously, we didn't spend it on reimbursing Vizcaya. It's a leftover from the old system.
Okay, thank you. Ready to move on, everybody?
Yeah, I just have one question. How can you assess what our salt readiness is right now?
We are fully ready and fully maxed out with salt right now.
Okay, is there some way that we can avoid the emergency purchases that we had this year?
I would like to say yes and wholeheartedly, but unfortunately it happened last year, and I think I explained myself to the council president at the time. We were caught December 21st. We had a snow event, so we're in there salting. Future weather for that week with the holiday week coming up, and then knowing that the trucking company or the salt supply company would have problems getting us that salt because of the holiday and not people working. So after that 21st storm, which was a Saturday, I can't put an order in until Monday for our supplier, Morton Salt. So with that being said, I couldn't make any contact or any confirmation of a salt order, and it was a minimum at the time, 200 tons for 25 Lakeside, 200 for 590 Mount Pleasant. And that was just to get us through that week, through that holiday week, until we were back and the salt company and the trucking company was back in business.
Okay, so obviously you don't know what will come, but if we are fully loaded right now, shouldn't this budget actually go down?
It could be one storm.
It could be one storm that.
One storm that could cost $300,000?
No, but it's gonna drain all of our.
It'll drain.
salt.
Supply.
You're supposed to spend 50,000-60,000 on buying salt.
Right.
We have a lot of roads.
Okay,
And I don't know if you recall, after Hurricane Sandy, we had a snowstorm 2 weeks later. in October. And then that year was just, it went downhill from there with the snow. It just, some years we get lucky and some years just can't
And
predict.
actually, sometimes you almost want the bigger snowstorm because if you
Yeah.
get the state of emergency, we can get some of that money back from FEMA.
Yeah.
When we have all these little storms that have icing conditions that we're not gonna get money back from FEMA, it's actually more costly.
Right. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And just to interject there real quick, and it's not just us. I keep in constant contact with DPW, superintendent from Verona and Roseland, the county guys. They're all the same. We're all on the same page. We all know when it's time to start. We all know the details that we have to do. We know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be a bigger plow event or a bigger salt event. So it's not like it's something that we're just doing and nobody else is doing. We all follow the same practice.
And you have a system that it's tailored to public works departments where it'll say like,
Right.
apply salt at this time or do this brining at this time.
Right.
We're not just, well, I'm definitely not.
Out there with the bucket.
Don't let me drive a giant truck, but we follow.
Right. There's a protocol.
A
Absolutely.
protocol.
Yes.
like,
We've
best
even,
practice.
we've even had like, come down to Main Street and it's clear as day as far as snow, and then you go up to the top of the second mountain
Yeah.
and it's
Covered.
you
yeah.
have covered
Yeah, it's
3
covered.
inches. It's just unpredictable.
May we move on?
Yeah.
Please?
So this is street cleaning and drainage. I had a long conversation with Director Reynolds about, where we can cut. We just don't feel like we have an opportunity to cut here because the majority of the money is for the brook cleaning and repairs, and that's something that, we absolutely have to do. So I'll let Director Reynolds just speak very quickly about this particular department and why we really couldn't find room to cut.
Right, especially with 070, the dredging, brook cleanup, whatever. I know nothing was fortified from that last year. I think it all has to do with the budget being passed too late or whatever, but this is gonna be for our brook culvert areas to be cleaned, some catch basins to be cleaned, our outfall areas, whatever. But stormwater management compliance, it's there and it's real, and we need to start sticking to it. And we've been piecemealing it, and we've been doing a little here and a little there with our road improvements. All the roads that are getting done, the basins are cleaned from there, so that does give us some help. I have guys out there on the detail now, after we got our truck back that was broken for 3 months, but they're out there and they're putting the numbers in. So stormwater management compliance asks that you have 25% of your inventoried basins cleaned every year. Currently, I think for our sheets, we use 4,000 as a number for inventoried basins. So 1,000 basins would need to be cleaned every year till we satisfy the 4,000. So when I start our point A, the 5th year, I'm back to point A again.
Mr. Litwinoff, thank you.
So
Thank you, Councilwoman.
it's the first line. That's the money in this line.
Right.
Why 50,000?
That-
What is that based on, if I might ask?
Well, prior to this, in 2023, I think it was $100 put in the budget for that. So I think now this happened in 2024 from from our director who's no longer here. I think we talked with the engineer at the time and a couple of the guys that says, I think, 50,000 is a good starting number for this. And I don't even think 50,000 is to cover it. I have two quotes for 2 different areas that need to be looked at already. One is in the Wallen Park, where we own the trash rack and the outfall area there. That is ours to maintain. And it is due for maintenance, and it should be done twice a year. The second time, it's a little less, it will be a lot less. But this also alleviates any flooding to the neighbors behind them on Park Drive North and whatever, which we had certain situations
Yeah.
already to this effect. So, I have 2 quotes, and the second one is for one of our brook culverts from Joy Street that goes to Central Avenue. We'll be getting
Yes.
a ton of calls, right? And to be looked at and do whatever. So I had quotes for both of those areas. So we're looking at, just with those 2 jobs alone, $27,240. That's cleaning, removing, and the contractor hauling away and disposal of it.
All right, so you have that's the justification for the number. You've already got the bids. Right?
Well, I have 2 bids. I didn't put
Yeah.
anything into effect right
No,
now.
I understand.
Right, wanted
I
to
got
see
it.
where I was gonna need.
I just wanted to know how you based that number.
Right, that the 50,000,
Yeah.
like I said, was put in prior to me, and our engineer at the time spoke with the superintendent and a few other people, says, we had $100 allotted to this in 2023. What are we gonna do with $100? It was never spent, it was still there. 50,000, they said, would be more like it, based on some numbers like this, based on numbers that I got from other vendors and companies to do catch basin cleaning on their own. So it's $3,000 a day to do catch basin cleaning. And you can only do, but there's a minimum, a maximum. It's like 8 to 15 a day. So I took an average of 12. And if you had to put that money for 12 basins to be cleaned a day at $3,000 a day to satisfy 750 or 1,000 basins, that's $185,000 to spend right there. So we're picking away at it. DPW, the road improvement guys are doing a good job when they're out there doing the roads. They're taking care of it, but there may be some money that I could use or want to use out of this for that basin cleaning also, if I have to pick up a few days moving forward to satisfy this, because in October, November and December, we are on leaves. And we don't have that opportunity to go out there and continue with that basin project.
Thank you.
Isn't this something that your staff does?
The dredging?
Yes.
No, we satisfy, I shouldn't say though, and correct me, I'm sorry for saying that. There are areas where we have outfalls that we're able to get to. Either we go in by hand and put it up on top of the wall, and we take it away from there. Or we have a truck that certain areas we can get to. These areas, the ones that I'm particularly speaking about now, specialized equipment. You need excavators, you need tandems to haul it away, you need to put another machine down there, skid steer, whatever, to maneuver the stuff around to get it to the excavator. We don't have that equipment to do that.
So if a tree falls in a brook, is
Mhm.
that something you deal with or no?
Our contractor, or one of our tree contractors will come in as emergency, they have a crane. And
Okay.
that's how that'll get removed.
And some of our waterways require actually specialized equipment, as the director mentioned, because they're DEP certified. So we don't have the DEP certified. So we don't get oils and spills and things. We don't cause and contribute to more.
Right. And these areas in here with the brook culvert area, it's a concrete floor, concrete walls, whatever, so it's lined. So that's permissible to go in and clean with equipment, so.
Why are we spending $6,000 a year on brooms?
They are brooms for our sweepers. They're not just regular hand brooms. They're for our mechanical sweepers.
And they need to be replaced every year?
Street
They need to
sweepers.
replace, it depends. Few
times a year.
A lot, yeah, a lot. We have 98 lane miles that they'll actually 102 if you count Main Street that we do every day. And that's, you're talking 2 times up and down, sometimes 3 up and down. So 300, 400 lane miles get swept, through in our process.
You spend a day to replace the broom, right?
And we had done a couple hours now. Yeah, the machines are a little bit better than they were, 10 years ago.
Yeah, and street cleaning is not covered by our crews?
Street cleaning is covered by our crews, and then.
But
See,
we'll-
like
I mean,
said, we'll go
your
back-
staff.
Back to one of those other outdated line items specific to street cleaning at $1,000. We probably use that money for anything that else is needed out of this whole category, so if there's extra safety gear and that exhausted everything out of safety gear, but it's under this whole line item together. If there's something left in street cleaning, we'll purchase it through there.
Okay, so can we remove that line item? And I don't mean lose the money, but merge that into something that it's appropriate for.
If you see the safety gear that we spent, right?
Safety gear is 110. Yeah, so put it in 110.
Yeah.
You spent 59.81.
We were budgeted for 18,
Yeah.
12, and we spent 59.81.
Is line item 112, is that another orphan line item? Because
That
why would
is-
you repeat a purchase for permanent property every year? Right, that's a leftover.
This is the way it sounds like that. I think this is for snow plows and attachments and stuff to that nature. This is, we take it under the street budget. I think that's where we've been taking it from, some snow plows, attachments, there's blades and stuff like that go on the plow, so we use money from this budget.
Are we done with this page,
Yep.
ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
What's next?
Advertising, which we have a new page 87.
Okay, so this is the street repairs budget. We have 2 cuts that we identified in sub-account 111, purchase of stone, road oil, kerosene. We're cutting $5,000. And in the street resurfacing, which is what we refer to as hot patching,
Hot patching, yeah, that's our
Oh.
in-house materials that we use.
we put in a $4,800 decrease. Go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
Right, so with that being said, so the stone, road oil, and kerosene, we used to buy in bulk roadstone or QP, roadstone as they call it, whatever. We still have a substantial amount of that, so I thought that line item could be reduced by 5,000 because we still have some of that in stock. Road oil and kerosene, that's just another old line item there. Street resurfacing, like we said, that's our in-house asphalt use. Everything else, pretty much has been spent the way it should be and accordingly.
Yeah, so it just 9,800.
Yes, Mr. Littlewell.
Okay, so I'm sure I'm gonna get the same answer that has been rampant through the entire process. It's the accounting system that stinks. and the budget lines are off. But the reality, when you look at this page, is that last year's budget may be 65,000 and your ask may be $9,800 less than that number, but you only spent $43,000 last year. So this is not really a $9,800 reduction against last year. It's actually a $12,000 increase.
So I know in the corporate world, you can come up with a budget and then you can change it based on revenue. Like we get one bite of the apple.
Mhm.
Like we cannot, we send out a tax bill. We can't go like, okay, you know what? Let's add more to it. So, we're trying to sort of give ourselves a cushion so that if we have to spend in this particular, we have the available budget to do so. So it's very easy to sit up there and say, all right, well, you only spent 67%, just cut it to 67%. I mean, I could make a killing going to every municipality and just doing that. So I know it's easy to want to do that, but you have to leave it to the department heads to say, I know I need this available because in my experience, these things can happen. So we cut $9,800. We feel that that's a pretty substantial cut for a $65,000 budget. And that still allows us to do the things that we need to do with hot patching, cold patching, and sort of the pothole maintenance is what it really is, pothole maintenance. So I'll leave it.
We get a lot of calls for that.
All right. So if I may respond to that, Mr. Zeniak, it's not just
Yes, the floor.
corporate type of budgeting process. So nonprofits do it as well. But when you budget and you set up a budget and compare it to the previous budget and no reality to the actual, then you're kind of carrying on a fantasy on this. So and I'm not going to debate it. I'm not going to get an argument over the thing, but that's just the reality when you're looking at budgets. And when you talk about the reserves or a little cushion, whatever, keep in mind that every dollar that gets into this budget as a cushion costs the taxpayers of this township money. So it's not just.
So what's your
corporate-
suggestion?
Wait.
It's not
Let's
just that a
finish.
corporate is coming up with the budget and going on with the thing. It's real life. So move away from that because it's.
So what's your
because look-
suggestion?
Wait, please. Please finish, Mr. Lewin.
Thank you. So rather than debate the theory on this thing, let me go into a specific thing on this law and in this area of the budget. Public service over the past year has ripped up the streets of the township in order to repair the antiquated gas lines. And they changed the system over. There are a number, and I know they've been doing some repair work on a lot of streets. There are a lot of streets in this town that have not yet been repaired. Who's paying that bill? Is it us or is it public service as part of their work?
So this particular line item is just pothole maintenance. This is not
That.
like to repave an entire road.
Right.
So, I don't even know if this would include any sort of like PSE&G.
No.
work,
If
like fixing
PSE&G
their stuff.
opens up a street to replace their gas main, they're ultimately responsible for paving the street, curb to curb.
That's your line 200.
No.
No.
Line 200 is in-house materials used for asphalt repairs, for potholing throughout the year,
Yeah, it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars
for
to pave.
resurface a road, of
Wow.
course.
Listen, PSE&G is a $1 company. They're going to do what they want to do and they're going to leave a mess behind, which is they're doing in every town. We're just going to have to, hopefully,
Suck it up.
suck it up or work with them and try to piggyback off of when they do.
Well, yeah, I think pretty much we
Paving
try,
and-
right, when engineering gets together and these plans go out to have these streets looked at and engineered and everything else, we get in touch with the utility
Mhm.
companies, New Jersey American Water, PSE&G. You can't do anything now within the street after we pave it for 5 years. That's it. After that, we're done. Either you put your stuff in beforehand or it doesn't happen at all. So we've run into that a few times already throughout the course of 4 or 5 years, but ultimately public services, they're gonna rip up the street. They're responsible for repaving.
Okay, so and I'll go back into into 200. we spent 10,663. You're asking for 24,000. Could you explain how we get there?
We're not gonna know at any given year in the beginning how much material we're gonna need throughout the course of the year. Some years I may use 50 tons throughout the course of the year for potholes. Some years I may use 150 tons. You know, so that's what's there. It's built in a little bit that to make sure we have that, you know, once that line item's exhausted and I spent 29,000 for 100 tons, where do I go back now to get more money for that? You know, so we just, and then the price of asphalt every year goes up also.
Everything does.
Mhm.
All right, I'm
So-
done.
Okay, thank
I
you.
would just say this, I hear what you're saying and I don't disagree with it, but the money that we budget that is not spent does not disappear. For the most part, if not for all part, it goes into a surplus. And the surplus is part of future budgets in which it's applied. And so that we don't have to raise taxes in the future. So I get what you're saying. You don't want to pay for something that you might not be using for a couple of years, but it's not like it disappears. And I also just want to say in Mr. Detiniak's defense, you're an expert on budgeting and so is Mr. Detiniak, but he is inheriting a system that I am sure he is in the process of making significant changes to improve the efficiency and the accuracy of the process. You're absolutely right. If the budget doesn't contain the right information, real information, it's hard for us to make a good decision. It's hard for the directors to make a decision. So we're in agreement.
And I agree totally with that last comment.
Anyway,
So, I just.
did you want to speak?
Yes. I
Okay,
do.
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we heard a lot about mulligan soup last week, stew. And I think that part of our concern is not to have that and rather to have you tell us, you know, we're spending a lot on potholes. We need further appropriation. So I do think it is a big jump to go from 10 to 24. Is there some way that you can bring that down?
He did. He-
Yeah, but
We did, we
You
took
did.
4,800 out of it.
again,
Right, but it-
overall, the overall budget, and we've gone over this many times, the overall budget, when you look at the legal budget document, it just says $65,000 for street repairs. We didn't even increase it for 2025. Now we've cut it down to 55,000. So even if the sub account goes up, the overall budget, we started with the same amount as last year, and then we cut $10,000. So we have $55,000 for pothole maintenance essentially.
Mhm.
So I mean, we want us to change street resurfacing, we'll lower it to 10 and then I'll raise up another one to,
It's gonna get
you
done
know,
either
to add
way.
it up. It was flat and now we've cut 15%. Those are the instructions, cut 15%, we did.
We done with this? Oh, sorry.
Just an overall, because we're spending a lot of time in each section and that's fine, especially your first year. But keep in mind too, all the complaints and, you know, when residents come to us and things haven't been repaired and then the council is screaming at the administration, why wasn't this repaired? You got to get this done. And, you know, and they get it done. And so they have to get it done and this is how they get it to part of how. So I appreciate them cutting it back. Hopefully we'll get to that number where we want to get overall, but we also have to be realistic. A lot of things happen in this town that are out of our control and we need to be able to have those nice roadways to travel on and safety reasons too. Potholes, we have our buses, our kids on our streets, and we want to make sure it's a safe ride for all.
Done with the page? Moving on?
Next one is street services and traffic. We cut the small amounts here, leaving really just signs and signposts. is the only ask. We spent $15,000 last year, and we're asking for 16.5. Overall, it's a pretty significant decrease versus the 2024 budget.
Right, and
It's
that's,
down 41%.
and like I said, that's, I think we check what we have out already spending wise, but with an order that we replaced, that we placed already.
Yeah,
And
we're
moving
already-
forward, yeah, right, so moving forward, you know, I can't cut this anymore, or I'll be back there saying, hey, I need some more money for these appropriations. We have a ton of signs. Ton of ordinances, parking ordinances that have been changed back and forth. We just did a big one with the school parking and everything else. So this is gonna continue on throughout the whole year. So we're close to what we spent already last year from where we're at now in June.
Well, you're gonna have enough. I'm sorry, Council President. I mean, just because we're talking about dynamic traffic, and if we wind up changing, that's a lot of changes with our ordinances if we move forward
So no,
with that project.
we've talked about the
Okay.
dynamic traffic projects. That's gonna be really a 2026 thing. And it's gonna
Okay.
be, because there's equipment purchases involved and all that, that's gonna sort of be wrapped up in a capital project.
Okay,
So-
so we're good here.
So we did think about that, and it's not gonna affect our 114 account for this year.
Okay. That's my concern.
Anything else? Shall we move on?
Absolutely.
This is the sanitation and pumping services budget. We did reduce the repairs line item. It's a nearly 13% cut.
I'm good.
That's sort of what we came up with. I'll let Director Reynolds talk about what's involved here, and it's mostly it's all the recycling. side.
Right, it's all recycling and based on all the fee, if the fees and permits and, you know, air quality control and testing up there, so that comes out of here. You see portable toilet rentals that come out of here, you know, sanitation and pumping, that's where it's from. These are for some rentals that we use and that we provide. Also through here, actually our shred day comes out of here. Because we have it up at the site and we use it for the recycling center to do whatever, so that's another item that does come out of here, all doesn't show that way, because I think they pulled it out of buildings. So somewhere along the line, I mean, it is getting used, it's getting spent, but it should depict coming out from here, so we can keep a good eye on things and say, hey, listen, every year, this is in this budget for shred day, this is what we need to expend, this is what we need to encumber for it. So there's not much more to talk about this budget here, repairs, fences and buildings, yet again, another old line item, so we decided to get rid of it.
So moving forward, shredded day would have its own line item, I guess.
Oh,
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Okay.
I have two questions if you're done. For licensing fee, if we only paid 20, under 3,000 last year, why would we be requesting 75? Is that the set fee?
I don't have the fees.
Yeah, I don't have the fees with me right now.
You know, again, it's just like what we talked about 2 slides ago. And we spent 7,000 of a $12,000 budget. We've now cut it to 10. You know, we just wanted the extra space.
Right,
It's a
so,
cushion.
so I would like it to reflect
Well,
the
when you vote
accurate
on it,
amount.
cut it to the bone,
Okay.
honestly.
The other thing is, why is there a portable toilet? Isn't there a facility there that? Who uses this?
There is, it's not specific for that site, just being a item in itself, saying sanitation, whatever. We do have some rentals that we use for some certain affairs. So that gets taken out of this budget.
But this is not a portable toilet that's at the recycling center?
No, not for our use, no, no.
And it's a, for whatever reason, it's a $1,500, because again, we
Yeah.
did $1,500 for this portable toilet rental. I'm not sure where the portable toilet is.
Is it for an event that we have in the town?
Yeah, it's probably used for.
So why
one
wouldn't it
event.
be under like Bill's budget for event use?
That's why we're gonna revamp that system.
We'll find out. I just know we did the PO for the $1,500 for the portable toilet. I didn't read the details of it.
And what's the
we'll-
benefit of shredded day is for residents, it's a little,
Everything we do is
Yeah,
for the benefit.
yeah.
of the
Right.
residents.
no,
But that's true.
but again, so that's, but again, what he said was shredded day came out of this budget, so whether it came under line 040, and that's why you have the they keep asking for the 7535, although he only spent 29, so
I think they charged it to household supplies is where they charged
household
credit.
supplies.
Right, yeah.
Oh, good, it wasn't that much
That's
then.
the case Days, yes.
Yeah, I mean, next year this will be so much cleaner and less frustrating.
Okay, so I'd like to request that we take the portable toilet rental out of this page, since we don't know where it is.
Well, yeah. Someone went to the bathroom. Someone went to the bathroom like that one. Someone went to the bathroom somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why they call Johnny on the spot. We just have to find the spot where Johnny
Yeah.
is.
Okay,
Oh, this is a good one, then. Go ahead, Council.
So this is Central Automotive. There are no cuts, so there's not a new sheet for this, because
Page
we
9.
did cut this budget pretty substantially for 2025. It had a 20% cut versus 2024. We do have an aging fleet. This is where our auto repairs and parts and all that are charged to. So again, aging fleet, a lot of expenses, but we were cognizant of the increase and we did cut this down when we first put the budget request together. So we don't have any further cuts because again, it's 20% lower than the prior year. So I'll let Director Reynolds just talk about this pretty substantial line item.
Right, right. And to Mr. Detiniak's point, we have an aging fleet. I think we have in our fleets as a whole over 150 or close to 150 vehicles in our fleet that have to be serviced and preventive maintenance done to them. Some of our bigger, heavier duty pieces of equipment with our fire trucks, some of our payloaders, our bigger trucks at the garage. When they break down, that's big money ticket items for repairs. And the older the truck, I can't source out parts for it anymore. So we either have to have a part made or it sits in the repair shop for 3 or 4 months where I can't put it back on the road and you spend astronomical money into try to fix something that's already a 15, 18-year-old truck.
Yeah.
does this fleet include personal vehicles that some of our employees have?
We own the vehicle, it's
Here.
part of the. Oh, you mean like privately owned vehicles?
Well,
No,
no,
no.
no, I'm talking about the ones that
Staff.
some of our staff are enjoying.
So township owned vehicles, you mean? Yeah, no, all the township owned vehicles will fall under here. Yeah.
Okay. So this was, again, I brought this up last week with the police and the fire. How many of these vehicles are used by personnel who use them as their personal vehicles?
That I have no.
There's less than a handful. Both chiefs take it home. I believe the 2 deputy chiefs in the police department are assigned their cars and 1 deputy chief in the fire department, and it's so that they can be ready to respond. As far as anybody else takes them home, right now, I don't believe there's many that take them home. I think maybe the health director takes it home. I don't know, and I think that's the only one actually at that point. So we're by ordinance, I'm sorry, by our personnel policy, those are the people that can take home. A department head can request through my office if an employee can take home a vehicle, they have to just give justification as to why. But as of right now, there's maybe a handful of people that take cars home.
Okay, so again, I'd like a list of everybody who takes a personal car home and access to the Easy Pass accounts, their gas mileage, the insurance that this township pays.
Provided you information the other day. I didn't provide you the Easy Pass because I sent you an email back, I think on Friday, that had the breakdown of all the vehicles. I believe the assignments were there. And I provided you, I'm not gonna provide you the breakdown of vehicle cost because one, it costs, we don't know what the commodity is. And to say how much a vehicle goes, that's just time consuming, but we don't have the time to do that. And two, certain vehicles such as police cars, fire apparatus, DPW trucks sometimes sit idle. So to give you an accurate account about how much while they're working, a police officer goes to a motor vehicle accident, he could be out there for 3 hours and the car's running. So it doesn't reflect how much gallons, per mile that they're using. So it's cumbersome, time consuming, and it just really served no purpose. So what I said to you was the total amount of fuel that we use, both gasoline and diesel, the amount of gallons and the total cost from January 1st, 2024 to present.
Okay,
So that
so,
information was sent to you last Friday.
and I did see it, but it did not have the things that I requested, which is
And I
exactly.
just explained to you that some of this, one, I'm not doing the gallons per minute, per mile. That's not gonna happen. I just don't have the time, resources, or energy to do that. It's not gonna happen. I gave you the information. If you wanna try and figure that out, you have at it, but I can't, we don't have the time for that or the resources.
Okay, I'd like
As
to.
far as the Easy Passes are going, what we have to be cognizant of is that some of our police vehicles are on there that are undercover. And to try and break that out, I don't know which ones are.
Now, I'm not asking for undercover vehicles. I'm asking about vehicles.
Assigned to the different transponders, because they
Okay.
only give us transponders.
We
Well,
do know the name.
If I could just interrupt here. This is, I don't think, the appropriate subject for a budget discussion at a workshop. That you two guys should get together and work this out, but not at a workshop.
Okay,
You obviously have, interest and they're legitimate. I'm not downplaying that at all.
Like I said.
I'm not downplaying your legitimacy either, but this workshop is not the place to be discussing this. If,
Contractual.
please, let's just move on. Any other questions?
respectfully, this is where the item is coming up. And we're talking about all the 150 vehicles that are being, that have auto parts and repairs and all of the inspections, and some of these vehicles I've requested information on, I'm not getting. I've ended at that point.
So
Okay.
please just work it out in another channel, please. Yes.
So to that point, Councilwoman, so the vehicles that are under contract, because the officers have their contracts, if they retire and you go to a new hire, then that's where you would have that conversation of what you're going to offer that individual. As far as our fleet and what we have on, it's our responsibility. We have it, we have contracts on those, whether how we bought them or purchased them and how we have to maintain them.
Of course.
So again, that's what we're talking about tonight. That is a separate workshop on how we could cut down overall costs. So I hear you. I know where you're going with it. But tonight's not that conversation.
But just for the record, that number is part of our fleet. So I do think that it is in this budget discussion, but we'll try to
But-
have this conversation again another time.
But also, Councilwoman, that may be an early 2026 budget discussion because you have the fleet now, unless you're planning on tonight selling off your fleet and whittling this down, you have your fleet tonight. So you
Right.
have to pay for your fleet and operate it. So that could be a future discussion workshop, just a recommendation.
Guys, could we please
Yes.
move on? Is there any other questions about, from this page?
Please.
Yes, Mr. Littlewinoff.
Okay, couple of lines that I may ask. I'm sorry. Line 151, auto parts. We spent 388,000, you're asking for $600,000. That's a huge increase, even recognizing that the fleet's getting older.
430.
No, they're asking for 430.
You're asking for 600.
Oh, it says 430.
Let me see 430.
Yeah, that's on the page.
Oh, that's a typo. It was 430 on page 90.
430. What are you asking for?
600.
It says 430 in the
Yeah.
budget that we got.
That's what we're at.
I'm sorry.
I think it's got to get resolved.
Where are we? Which is the correct number?
It says,
Yeah.
600, so it's 770,000, is the ask.
Yeah, but on the last version you had on page 90, you had, it says 430 across the board.
This is an altered copy. This was from 4/29. If you look up top of that page, that's from April 29th, that page.
So what happened in between? Why did it go from 430 to 600 all of a sudden?
That's what we're at.
It's,
7. Oh, yeah.
Here, see? So why'd you raise it to 6?
We should.
Is that, that's what I'm saying. Is it a typo or you
No.
redid, you reworked
Maybe we
numbers?
redid. Well, I mean, we spent 624,000. That's why we're asking.
What?
388.
388.
Okay, everybody. Okay. I understand members of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board have questions, but if you want the questions asked, please don't shout it out. Please just send a text to Mr. Litwinoff and he will ask the question.
Okay.
We were in the midst of actually asking or answering that question. The question's already been asked.
sure.
And now we're trying to clarify what the number is that we're talking about.
It's that number I have.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Okay,
asking.
so then my question is, why should that line increase by 55% year to year? Even though I agree that the fleet is aging.
So the overall budget is decreased 20%, right? Again, I know the sub accounts are throwing you off, but the ask is 20% less.
Again, 20% less than the previous budget, not the actual.
Yeah, this one now you're losing me. It's a lot of money.
It just, I'm sorry.
900,000. Right?
For this. Yeah, but you only spent 6.25. Oh, and you're only asking for 600.
You spent so.
I know that was on this page.
Perhaps part of the answer, I'm just going to throw this out. Part of the answer is that our focus on the sub accounts is something that's more difficult to
With this budget. yeah.
defend than looking at the bottom line.
Yeah.
And I think we're all familiar with the difficulty of defending these leftover sublines. So
So we've spent $355,000 so far through May.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's where it's off.
did you see that number?
I saw it.
Litwinoff? Okay.
Yes, I did.
So you already spent more than you did in 2024. So you're.
No, I mean, overall. Forget about the sub accounts, overall, because when you look at the legal budget document, it just says central automotive.
Yeah,
We've spent $355,000 so far. So we are on track to probably hit $750,000 to $770,000.
and originally you didn't think you were going to.
What's that?
Please, just send a text or an email to Mr. Litwinoff. It's just, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that, okay? I'm telling you, stop yelling out at the workshop. That's what I've asked you to stop doing that. Because apparently you don't seem to be able to hear me because you are not being responsive to it. Please stop talking up to the workshop from the audience. Please stop it. Thank you. Mr. Litwinoff, is that answer acceptable to you, or do you want something perhaps more from Mr. Reynolds about why we're spending?
Well,
so much
that's
money?
what I
Okay,
thought my basic question was.
Focus there, please.
For auto parts, right now, we're at $198,000. Like I said, and overall, we're at 354, call it 355. That's as of today.
So you're gonna run short
Well,
based on.
we're
page
gonna
90.
hit our
Okay.
mark.
but you try to cut with page 90.
Please, if I could.
Oh, I'm sorry,
if I
I'm
could,
sorry.
Mr. Litwinoff has the.
Sorry, sir, sorry. You read that?
I mean, you're right, we're hung up with the sub accounts, but that's the only detail that exists. Whether or not anybody in this room likes it or not, that's the detail we have. And if the books stink, the books stink, but we still have to move forward and try to budget. And from what you're just showing there, that auto parts line from what you're saying was 188, 198. So that's on track to the 388. That's not on track to 600,000. So I'm still trying to just understand why you're asking for 600 there.
Okay, I'll reduce that and then I'll increase something else. But Phil, I just told you, overall, we've spent $355,000. Forgetting the sub accounts, we've spent $355,000 of what we're asking for here, 770.
There's nothing else I can do. I mean, I feel like I'm going around in a circle with it. So
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it.
You
Okay?
don't,
I-
you don't agree with that we spent 355,000?
No, I
Or you
don't agree. I
with-
don't agree that you need that 770. I mean, and I'm not to harp, but line 155, you're budgeting for another accident? I mean, who does that?
No, that's.
You know what?
Accident and collision work.
Collision
That
work,
We're not
right.
planning for an accident.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
just
I'll
So,
stand,
fender
I stand,
benders and-
I stand correct.
I mean, what we could do here is like, we could just have a line that just says auto parts and then mechanic work and zero out all these things. And if I just put two numbers that add up to 770, I think there would be less questions.
No, because then it goes under the area of a swag. So I can't, there's nothing more. I withdraw the rest of the discussion
No,
because
you're absolutely right, Mr. Litwinoff, because that is our only anchor
Mhm.
to reality. And unfortunately, we don't actually have the details about why this is. And what we have to rely on is the hard data, which is how much we spend, and whatever anecdotal testimony we can get from Mr. Reynolds or anybody else
Mhm.
who's actually running the
So-
department. And
So this is what we've spent so far. We spent $1,000 on DMV inspections. We spent $9.37 on batteries. It's obviously not a car battery.
Hmm.
We spent $5,000 on different grease and lubricant products. We spent $4,000 on garage equipment. We spent nearly $18,000 on tires and just tubes.
Tires.
Nearly 200,000 on auto parts, 8,600 on glass. We spent $25,000 on an ambulance. We did some collision work, $12,282. This is the fire
Fire apparatus.
apparatus, we spent $81,000 on the pumper. And that gets us to our 354, and that's as of today.
Mhm.
So that's probably invoices through, May 15th.
And the further we get throughout the year, so once we start leaf season, all our heavy equipment's out there,
Mhm.
pounding the road every single day, putting on miles, putting on, heavy duty work, and then we go right into the snow season, we see a significant amount of breakdowns.
Mhm.
The heavy trucks, and they're expensive items to fix,
So if I did this, if I said, all right, we're gonna spend 388, so let's go down to 400. Now we're at 570 is what we're asking for, and we know we're gonna go way over that. So I understand that the sub accounts are garbage. We've been saying this. I get it, but overall, like, this is the number that's gonna go in the legal budget document. And if we just did this and brought it down to like 400 and we're only asking for 570, you're gonna have an over expenditure, and then we're gonna be back here with the emergency at the end of the year.
Can you live at a 650 number for the total budget on this page?
650? No, I don't think so. I think. Again, we're at 355 right now. The summer's gonna be hard on the vehicles and.
Yeah, well, like I said, leaf season in the winter coming, it's on it, you're gonna see a lot of repairs before we go out again. And while
Brakes.
we're out, we have breakdowns, whatever, if I lose a transmission or a drive shaft or something else, you're talking, $20,000 in repairs. I lose a loader tire during leaf season, because somebody decides to put debris in the pile, and I run it over and it blows out a tire, that's $2,500 for one tire. Without the road service and, it being involved to lift heavy tires.
And I mean, everything we spend here, it's on a bill list and it's detailed out. So, I mean, we're not hiding anything like, are we putting stuff into tires and tubes when maybe it should be glass and upholstery? Yeah, you definitely are. Like with the way the sub accounts are used, there's definitely problems, but the overall number, again, we're on track to spend that and perhaps more.
I recommend leaving.
I mean, you can cut this. You guys can cut whatever you want when you vote on it. But this is what we're submitting. So if you don't like it, you can ask to reduce it and then vote on it. And if you want to see everything we've spent, like every detail, no one here is afraid to ask for that. We will provide that to both the council and the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. I don't want people in the back to think that we're hiding anything.
Okay, I have asked for the Easy Pass accounts
see,
and,
yes,
and
yeah.
I've been told
Easy
that
Pass is
I've,
different.
I've been asking
Easy
for
Pass
the
is different.
gas attached to the cars. I've been told I can't get that either. So
We're
I'm
not
not
gonna-
getting
we're not
all
gonna
the
deny
information that I'm
successful votes.
asking
Not
for.
true. I said that I would have to check with legal to see if we can release it because of the sensitivity of the vehicle. So
The-
it didn't say you weren't getting it. It's in review with legal right now. That's the answer for it.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Did you have your hand up?
No, I'm good. I know it's frustrating and I hear you and I hear frustration out there. Again, I keep saying it. Next year, we got the new program coming. No, I know it's this year, but
Please
we
stop
don't have the. program.
yelling from the
Edmonds
audience.
program
It's
is-
not allowed.
It's okay. The Edmonds program, and thank you, Edmonds program is gonna go into effect for next year. So we just have to get through this process. How much you want to cut? To me, the easiest thing would say, okay, get the budget here and they're the experts. They know where they need the money. Like when we talk, Mr. Kia was here. I said, I'm not gonna tell you how much you spent on lacrosse. Just give them a number to get down to and call it a day. I mean, we're spending countless hours on this. And it's a moving document that keeps changing because of these sub accounts. So again, let's just try to get through it the best we can.
Any more questions on this page? What's next?
Sewer and pumping stations. There are no cuts, so there's no new sheet, and we're requesting, there's a decrease year over year. We're requesting $82,400. And that's it. We spent 71,000. That's it.
Okay.
Any questions?
And we spent 56,000 so far.
Haven't we spent a ton of money on replacing some of the pumps?
So that would be in capital.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at line item 200 pump station.
real minor repairs, non-capital
Okay.
repairs will come out of here.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
We can move on. Thank you.
Can we take?
That's it for Director Reynolds.
If I could interrupt, I've had
happy?
a request to take a break, so we will take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
It's 8 o'clock now and we will resume at 8:05, please. Thank you.
Oh, you're not garbage and trash.
Welcome back to those members in the Zoom audience. We are coming off of break. We are at the West Orange Township Council Budget Workshop. There's nothing wrong with your computer for the last 10 minutes. At this point, I will turn the meeting back over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Before we move on to another area of the budget, I wanted to talk about a 30,000-foot issue, which is a letter that the council people received this evening just before the start of the budget hearing, the budget workshop, excuse me. It's dated June 6th. It's from the Department of Community Affairs down in Trenton. And I'll guess I could just read it, just so people would know.
Want to, yeah.
Yeah, dear Mayor and members of the governing body, as of the date of this letter, the division has not received your municipality's introduced 2025 budget. The submission is now 2 months overdue, despite the local finance board having granted an extension to March 31st, 2025, or your next regularly scheduled meeting thereafter. The annual budget is a critical planning and financial document that guides municipal expenditures throughout the year. Timely submission is essential. I'm not going to read the rest of that. While some delay may be understandable, the failure to introduce a budget within the authorized timeframe compromises the municipality's fiscal integrity. Accordingly, you are directed to introduce your budget no later than June 30th, 2025. All supporting financial documents required for budget review and approval must be submitted by this date. Please be advised that failure to comply with the local budget law or the requirements set forth in this letter may result in penalties. Specifically, a personal penalty of $25 a day will be assessed for each day the budget remains unintroduced after June 30th, 2025. If you wish to appeal this directive, ... So
Okay,
I just thought it would be a good idea to talk about this now, because we're not going to have another council meeting for a
Right.
few weeks, so.
so I believe we should avail ourselves of the ability to submit a letter stating that, you know, our next meeting in July, where we realistically have an opportunity to introduce a budget, is the 23rd?
June 24th
July.
or
No.
July?
July.
July 23rd.
What is the July meeting?
22nd.
Okay, 22nd. You know, I would ask the division to allow us to introduce on that date. I think if we send them a letter in the next couple of days, that they'll allow us to do that. But the threat of the $25 a day fine is real. The state did it to a few municipalities last year. They've never done it before. It's something that they're doing now. The fee is paid personally. It's not paid by the municipality. It cannot be paid by the municipality. In fact, they will actually review municipal POs to make sure we don't reimburse any of the governing body members. I will say, when it comes time to introduce the budget in July, I can't tell you what to do, but I would say vote yes on it, because if it doesn't pass, they will find those that voted no. So
There's a threat.
Are you saying that we will be
you were personally
Yes, personally.
liable,
council members?
you as an individual, yes.
Okay, and not the mayor who submitted a late budget?
Mayor doesn't vote on the budget, so no, she probably.
But the mayor submitted a
Wait,
late budget.
wait. I know this can be upsetting. Let's just speak
I'm
one at
only
a time,
telling
please.
you from what I've seen, is that it's the voting members that get fined. Now, maybe they would fine the mayor, but it's usually the voting members. So
Councilwoman?
So what are you suggesting?
I suggest we send them a letter that we have a meeting in July, that we will introduce the budget.
Yeah.
And if we are penalized?
If you're
How will that be?
penalized,
Yes.
they'll send you a letter and basically say you have X number of weeks to pay, and it has to be from your own personal funds, not from the township.
And the township will not reimburse us.
We are not allowed to reimburse. That will come from the letter from DLGS. They will say you are not allowed to reimburse the governing body member.
So I was not aware of, in the first paragraph, it It says the submission is now 2 months overdue despite the local finance board having granted an extension to March 31st, 2025, or your next regularly scheduled meeting thereafter. Was that something that the mayor sent to the state?
No, no, no. Local finance every year extends the budget introduction date. They just do it every year. They're actually changing the code so that they no longer have to do it. It's just the date that they always extend it to is the new statutory date. West Orange has done their budgets late, the past few years, but this is not so much an indictment of West Orange. It's just the state doesn't want late budgets anymore. And now they're using this old $25 per day fine. And they started it last year. So they're continuing the practice this year.
So if we tell the state that the council did not get the budget until April 16th,
Yeah, you could tell them, you could tell them whatever. They're just gonna say you need to introduce.
We've had it for 2 months, Council President. I mean, we're taking our time with it. But again, for 10 years, when you sat with me in years prior, we got it done in one day. We sat for 9 hours, went line by line, and we were able to get it done.
They'll watch the hearings,
Yeah.
we'll let them know about the hearings and then they'll watch the July meeting. So they take it pretty seriously after they make the threat, so.
And Councilwoman, we have offered to do a weekend. It's the administration that has refused to
That's not true.
join.
No.
okay, one at a time. Councilwoman, you
That
have the
was-
floor.
That was my
We wanted to
understanding.
do Saturdays, and then Saturdays were no good. And then Sundays were offered by the other side.
Even if we met.
Sundays
Wait,
were-
one at a time, please. Mr.
I
Dutniak.
think based on where we're at now, and we have another one on the 26th, we should be able to get through the hearings and maybe do one early July. Or, so that you can have the Citizens Budget Advisory Board provide their comments and you can vote on. Unless you want to vote on July 26th, June 26th. But I think we need to tell them that this budget will be introduced in the meeting in July.
Okay.
Mis-
Councilwoman,
Mr. Dutniak, can you tell us when you're going to be submitting the letter to DCA?
Well, we're gonna do it this week.
What
Yeah.
day?
I mean, we'll do it tomorrow.
Can you
I'll talk
CC,
to
can you
Pete. Yeah,
CC?
Get a copy because it affects all of you. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. And I'll call DCA and tell them that this is what's going on.
And what is the objection to doing this on a Sunday?
What was the objection on Saturday?
Saturday is Shabbat.
And Sunday is a day of
Yeah.
Sabbath.
Okay,
Yeah.
but has anybody here in this room said that they will not meet on
Me.
Sunday? You
Me.
will not meet on any
No,
Sunday?
No, not me, not for, because Councilwoman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but here's where I get frustrated. We've had this document, the second version since the April 16th, so again, I appreciate it's your first year and you needed all this time, but you could do your own due diligence. This has taken us way longer than we've ever done it in any other years before. And again, we just had one director here all night. We would get through like 4 or 5 directors in one sitting and only take 2-3 sittings to get done. This is like our 4th sitting today. We should be done with this. And I appreciate the questions and it's learning for you this year. And I know everybody wants to try to make it a perfect document, but we got to get on up. It's our responsibility. We should have had it done. It should be done in three sittings max. We're on sitting 4, looking at 5 and 6. It's just, we got to move.
So we can introduce and you still have the opportunity to make amendments. So
Yeah,
it's not set in stone when you introduce, but we need to fulfill the requirement to introduce. Because I don't want to see the governing body get fined.
No.
So, once it's introduced, we're gonna have there's like a cooling off period, allows the public to sort of look at the introduced document. We're gonna have a public hearing. You can make amendments. so it's not like it's a finalized version of the budget. So even if you might be unhappy with something in the introduced budget, there's still a chance to change it via amendment. So I don't want you to think like it has to be absolutely perfect for introduction. You can still make changes, but I really don't want anybody to get fined, and they will fine you. And again, $25 a day, that will add up very quickly.
So I appreciate your sentiment. I've never been in this situation before. Not that we're threatened with a fine, but that we're going through the budget and we're not taking any votes. And so that's an additional time hurdle that we're going to face at the end of these workshops. So I'm just wondering if we want to consider, we have three people as a quorum, whether we want to change the earlier vote in which the majority, actually, we got four, right? Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes,
Okay, so we've got four. We could take a vote to take a different approach to this, which is to make votes on pages and changes that we want to make going forward, such that we do not have to come back and go over this again in the future. Just something I want to throw out.
See somebody, I don't think we could do that.
Who are we missing?
Madam Clerk.
Okay,
And the reason why we met tonight, she couldn't be here. But I asked if we can meet because we're not taking votes. So tonight we're kind of.
okay.
can't do
Well,
that,
so
but-
that's off the table.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I understand.
But why couldn't we do that and make note
She
to
has-
distribute?
She has to memorialize it. That's her job. She has to take the vote.
I'm not familiar with the inside baseball
Yeah.
on this, so okay, well,
That's the only reason why we're here,
Well-
because we're not voting.
okay. Well, something to think about at our next workshop. We'll be sure to have a clerk or the deputy clerk.
Council President, if I can
Yeah.
add to this, to the conversation. So we're scheduled for the 26th, right? The Township Council has their open hours on the 30th at 6. If you had that set aside for your council, I don't see why we couldn't make that into another budget workshop to get in terms of the 30th deadline to perhaps maybe get this completed for you. I'm just throwing it out there just to try and help.
I don't think we're gonna be able to have an introduced legal budget document by.
Not introduced, I'm saying
Oh.
to work on it as another budget workshop to try and get things accomplished, so that it's one less day that we would be into July to try and get this introduced. That's all I'm suggesting, is that it's out there, that day has already been pre-scheduled by the council for another day of work.
It's not a
So-
Monday?
It's a Monday, yes.
Yeah.
And you put a council connection on a Monday?
That's because it's the week of 4th of July, Friday is July 4th. And so Thursday, normally they meet on Thursday, so that would be the 3rd. So I'm just throwing it out there that date's available,
Yeah, I'm
that
not-
if we had to do another budget workshop,
Flying in
just
that day.
trying to get this done for everybody.
My brain will be mush.
So it doesn't have to be decided tonight, just
You got
throwing it out there as
that
public
works.
information.
30th, we could do the votes.
So just to keep that in mind.
Okay,
All right.
so we have our hands full for the 26th.
Once Mr. Fagan available.
No, I think I heard the 30th is a possible date for a budget workshop. In this room is West Essex Highland hearing that date, scheduled for the 30th.
Yeah,
We're going to conference room.
On the 3rd?
Yeah,
30th.
30th, yeah. Can't tell that.
Oh.
We're going to have a meeting
Right.
notice to the public in the conference room?
No, the Councilwoman Scarpa probably has to be at that meeting.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yes.
First.
That first
Okay, that's
Tuesday.
good.
Council President, if I could,
Yeah, we'll just,
I'm jumping out of my seat here. I just want to update you on sort of where we're at, just so we have this big picture in mind. So with everything we've put in, coming from, administration, this is not anything that's obviously been voted on by you guys, but we're down to $177 in the average home. On the local side.
Oh, wow.
We've come down significantly
Oh, wow.
with all the cuts and so we're at $177 in the average home.
Oh,
So I think we're getting there. We're getting close to probably where everybody wants to end up.
Yeah.
Forget the municipal open space piece because I think you guys want to change the ordinance. So cut that in half, that's,
Do we, just a quick question, do we need to change the ordinance before we can vote to reduce it? Because that takes two,
yeah, I would do it sooner rather than later, yeah.
okay,
Keep right down, yes, legal.
let's write that down.
Like we have a estimated tax rate for Thursday. We contemplated the reduction in the municipal tax, open space tax rate, so. We're not estimating at the $1 million levy. We're
Yeah,
estimating
that's
at last
same.
year's levy, the same 500.
Oh, okay.
So would that be approved? That would be a first reading at that meeting?
The estimated tax is just one resolution. That
But
we're
can
doing
we
on
do the
Thursday.
open space resolution at that meeting too?
We're estimating it at the old rate, but we got to talk about changing the rate because of the increase in the MVT. It's why we're doing this. Because the MVT doubled.
I don't know if everybody in the audience followed that. We are planning to have a special council meeting this Thursday at noon to pass a single resolution having to do with sending out estimated third quarter property tax bills.
Right.
So that's what we're talking about now. And it's probably too late to notice anything else on that agenda, but that's what we're talking about on Thursday, for Thursday. I'm sorry, Mr. Tinek, please take it
Yeah,
up again.
So, but I just want to, because we've talked a lot about the cuts and I just wanted to sort of update everyone like where we're at. And I think we've made some really good strides in the reduction. So it's $177 on the average home. Again, that's the average home is now $615,000. Municipal open space, again, I have to cut the rate down. The library itself is $18.41. School is $274.91. That's on the A4F.
That's where everybody needs to be at those meetings.
And then the county is about $40 for county tax and open space. That is an estimate from the county. But I'm sure that the numbers are good, but that's the estimate we got from the county tax board. So that's where we're at right now. So we've cut down the municipal side pretty significantly.
Okay, anything else? Oh, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, Mr. Detiniak, what is the overall dollar amount that we were looking to get about $1.8 million out? What is the overall dollar amount that we've cut out so far?
That's a good question. I have to calculate that. I'll have that available for the council. That I have to add up all the different pieces, but we've cut a significant amount, definitely over $1 million. The fire OT was a big piece. 10 Rooney is a big piece. So, I have to say we're definitely over $1 million.
So we just need another 8.
So,
All right,
Let's keep moving.
or Mr. QB.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, Mr. Detiniak.
thank you, Council President. So we have the maintenance of the Free Public Library. The township is responsible for paying over the levy that's set forth by the third of a mil calculation. We also have the library is making a special request for $50,000. And then the piece that we talked about as part of the buildings and grounds, the $700,000 that was stuck in here for 10 Rooney, we have pulled that full $700,000 out of this line item because it doesn't belong there. And then we put in a net figure, so pretty significant reduction back in the public buildings and grounds. So what's left is really what should be here, and it's the library's levy for 2025. and the special request of the 50,000. The one thing I have to note, and Mr. Kuby pointed this out to me, and I'm gonna look at it, saying that he did not get the $50,000 special request. So that money may have been used actually by the township. I'm gonna check that tomorrow morning, and see where the 50,000 was paid or charged out to. So it probably ended up, if it didn't go to the library, it went to 10
The
Rooney
building,
maintenance.
yeah, 10 Rooney. Ones.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I have Mr. Kuby here, and he's here to answer any questions, but again, we have to pay this out. Really, the only piece to decide on is the special request of 50,000.
I got it.
Oh, hi, thanks for adding me to your hearing at last minute. 2024 was the first full year that we were open at our new location, so budgeting for it has been a little bit odd. We did come in under budget last year by over 200,000, but again, I'm a very conservative person when I'm in a position where I have a lot of unknowns, right? But I do want to let you know, in the last year, we have now ordered our 4th batch of 1,000 cards. So people have been coming and joining the library at a pretty rapid pace. We had over 132,000 visits to the library. Our circulation was 233,725. We had 7,283 computer sessions. Wireless sessions, we had 36,340. We had 594 programs for all ages, with program attendance of 14,883. And we had 25,567 reference transactions. And I know there's a lot of talk about, revenue, and I look at revenue and I look at like, how do I decide whether or not, say, a program was successful, as if we get a return on investment in terms of, there's calculators in terms of the value of the library service. So for instance, at a fair value of $14 in savings of not buying the book yourself, those 233,725 calculates to itself 3,272,150, and so on down. For of those items, that's a return on investment of $4,051,899. And I do want to say that the consortium that we belong to, Buckles, where I didn't calculate it before this meeting because I didn't, but last time I checked, we were more than $20 less on a per capita basis than the average member of the Buckles Consortium, which is the 79 libraries that we join and have a shared catalog. If our budget was at that level, our budget would be more than $1 million higher. So I'm just saying that, in terms of for the value, also in terms of the cost of the construction of the new building was very low in comparison to a lot of things. So, I mean, and we're proud of that. We're proud that moving provided for the housing for seniors. And so the 50,000 and in our budget this year are actually our salaries and wages were actually higher last year. We had a couple of retirements. So that request for 1,275,105 is a decrease of almost 23,000. So most of the cost, where we're putting our budget is into increased services for the public. So, in terms of, to let you know, in terms of our thinking, in terms of our use of the resources for the public, one of the things that we're adding for those funds that we're asking you for is an important part of funding, having a more vigorous English as a second language offerings. We were successful before the pandemic in having that as all volunteer, but since the pandemic, we haven't been able to reconstitute an all volunteer ESOL instruction, and that's important in a community that has such a large percentage of immigrants, and to help them integrate into the community, because an important part of what we do is cradle through grave, not through grave, you're not getting educated in the grave, but people have continuing education needs throughout their lives. We have computer sessions. We built this out to have a computer lab that's large enough. We just applied for a grant for over 100,000 that I think was with the Department of Labor. So, that is one of our goals, is to make it a training center, with the parking that's available. We wanted to build it out so that it could be a space that people could fully utilize. So that's where we're at. And also we're adding Sundays throughout the summer. That is not something that we were able to budget for. So that's something else that we are wanting the extra money. The special request is going towards staying open on Sundays, which is throughout the summer, which is something we've never done before. You mentioned not being able to attend on Saturdays, and I fully agree. Well, for many of the residents of the community, being able to go to the summer on the weekend throughout the year is important. Yes, that's all I have to say. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so, I'm on the French group, and so I'm a big advocate, but I got to put you in the hot seat right now.
Fine.
So, so this is not what I asked for. I asked for your itemized budget that we get that shows your breakdown of utilities and whatnot. You gave it to us in years prior. I have your salaries for your budget of your employees, but not your full itemized budget. So for example, I'm looking, from what I could tell from this document, how many vacant positions do you have open right now? Because I see, is that 2 or 3 from what you have budgeted?
I have one on that.
1,
I think so.
it says to be determined library assistant.
Here, sorry.
And then, okay, and it's hard to read.
I've got 3 on.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. It's just got to be one at a time, please.
And the reason why I say that,
Hold on, just hold on.
so I just want, and again, you're, and I'm glad for the library's sake, because we've been trying to fund you when your budgeted, your amounts got depleted from years ago, and now the assessment's going up, so you're gaining $300,000 this year, which is awesome for the building and for all that you do, and I appreciate everything that you do. But in order for me to approve this 50,000, I got to see that other budget. I want to see how you're doing with your utility cost, and if you have enough budgeted, if you, and all the other line items. Last time we talked about this years ago, there was some wiggle room in there. And what kind of surplus are you keeping on your budget? Because we're cutting down here, as you saw this
No, I
exercise tonight.
understand that.
So
And,
Please, just
yeah,
hold on. Let him answer. You've given him a bunch of
yes,
questions.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
so I do understand, and, the library, this is actually, because for years we were funded at the 1/3 of a mil. Prior to the previous administration, before I came on board, the library was funded for the 10 years before the previous administration. The library was funded at 400,000 to 600,000 over that minimum level, and the library's never recovered. So I could show you documents to show when the library board, before I came on, cut 1/3 of the staff, the attendance, the numbers for use of the library services decreased by 1/3 because it takes people. And I've seen, since I've been here, the budget fluctuate. We had to go into reserves, 141,000 one year, unlike the other departments. The health and everything comes directly out of.
Yeah, you have to pay your health bill.
So I can provide you with that
Yes.
information, but I hadn't received an invitation to this, and I wasn't going to discuss. I was uncomfortable providing, and also I tried calling you because I wanted to get a full clarification on exactly what you mean by the details, because this is the budget
Like
in
our
terms
book.
of by the lines.
No, no, Dave. I'll send you what you've sent us in years past, your itemized budget booklet like we have here.
Right,
Yeah.
and
What you
when I
spent,
first
what-
started, when I first started here, I would receive a booklet
Mhm.
from, I would receive a booklet from the CFO's office, and Mr. Gross stopped that practice. He stopped sending me forms for capital request. Perhaps it was during the period of conflict, but he stopped sending me forms. So, and then our participation hasn't been at the same level in these hearings.
No, you're correct. But however, it's, I want to see in every line item in your budget that your board members, I would assume, see,
All right.
or yourself should have, just like our budget here, what you budgeted in 2024, what was spent in each line item in 2024, and what you're budgeting for 2025.
Yeah.
Because you have a couple, like I said, I see vacancies from what you showed me. Also, we've had this discussion in years past with the ESL offerings, which I think it's awesome. You do a great job, but the school district also has a program. So you shouldn't have to duplicate all that they're doing in the Hispanic Foundation with programming. So just be mindful working with them, which I've asked in years past. What I would like to see done is that downstairs door get open. And if you have a vacancy, and I know part of the reason why the downstairs patio door is not open during the day, because that's the major complaints that we get of access to that, and we're looking to bond, and the council's trying to get that piece done in phase 2. But I got to tell you, I'm very disappointed we haven't figured out a way to have people enter the lower level. And if you do have a vacancy there, for staff personnel for that spot, I'd like to see you use the money to utilize that for more for security. And let's accommodate the public, because they want to, have easier access to the building. Again, no fault. We have what we have. We have a building, you did a tremendous job with it, but we needed to make it more accessible for our residents. And to me, we're looking to spend all this money on the parking lot, which I'm supportive of, but at the same time, I can't stand there and us watch us spend more additional funding when this could be an easy fix for you to have personnel down at that lower level so folks can utilize that door.
Well, that's an interesting point. And I would ask the question, how many doors does town hall have open?
2.
You have one down there. I've only been able to enter from down there since the pandemic. Now, we have security issues and also environmental issues. Coming through the lobby is important. And we have one entrance, and that's the way it's designed. Now, there's other opportunities to resolve the parking, and I would think this was an issue that we could discuss offline, but that's not
Yeah,
a
we can-
budgeting issue. It is not a budgeting issue, and I am not at all, and neither is the board, supportive of introducing security risks and other concerns, because some decisions are not even being discussed in a reasonable fashion, as far as I'm concerned. So, but I don't think this is the place, because that's not a budgetary issue. I don't know how,
Well,
where,
it is.
I'm a little bit confused as to how you think this is a budgetary issue.
So in prior conversations that we've had, it's been problematic because budgeting wise, to put a person at that lower level down there for and I respect your security concerns. And it doesn't have to be open at night. It could just during the daytime even. But if you have a vacant position and you've increased your budget by $300,000, not to say that's where you need to spend it, that's up to you and your board. I'm just making that recommendation that because of the situation, I would like to see that occur, that happen, because you have the funding now for that position,
So right now,
part-time,
right, and that position,
whether it's
is ju-
security guard or whatever.
no, that position is not for security. It's for a library clerk and for a part-time librarian. So I just haven't hired them yet. Now for instance, the library is spending $20,000 on a mechanical assist for that main door, right? Because that is not, despite we had Essex Glass come in and get the push-pull ratio to 5 pounds, which I wasn't aware of what those standards were.
Okay.
I bought a gauge, which is like $20 on Amazon or something like that. And I went in and tested it and it was at 7. So I had Essex Glass because it's not supposed to actually be there if it's above 5 pounds without the mechanical assist. Now, a lot of things were cut out of this library budget because cost increases were not calculated. After this, the cost for that building was calculated in 2019. By the time it happened, that building should have been budgeted at least 2.3 million more this project. Now, they're worth $735,000 in change orders, which were for things such as wiring for computers. That was the biggest part of those, things like drinking fountains. And so this is where, my time and energy went, was trying to fix things and figure out what has been cut. Another reason why I've been cautious. So why I budgeted, for instance, in this year, 150,000 under furniture and equipment, because there were things such as cases for historical items that, we had things in a non-environmentally secure environment at the old library that was just shoved in a room, which Mr. Fagan over here probably knows better than the library staff as the town historian. But it was basically a broom closet jam full of stuff. Now, things like that got cut out. So I am right now working with, vendors trying to replicate what we couldn't get answers on, what were cut out, because the library was not part of the process of decisions of things that were cut out. And I don't think anyone sitting here was involved in those decisions, right? Mr. Smeralda wasn't responsible for those decisions. Mr. Deteniak wasn't responsible for those decisions. But I completely disagree with you in terms of opening up the other doors
Okay. And
on security issues and also in terms of environmental degradation to the library itself.
well, you could
and
put a
also-
vestibule there.
But it's not just security of the staff, it's security of materials as well. I've heard it suggested we have, even another door open. And so now we're up to, 3, maybe 4 doors open. How about use the staff entrance for people? We have an entrance and there's an easy resolution to that. And I'd be happy to discuss it offline with the responsible parties.
Okay, well, that's fair. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I find it related with the budget. So if you could do it, but in order for me and to consider the $50,000 special request, I'm just going to ask you for that itemized version that I've been
Okay.
requesting.
I'd be happy
And,
to.
and just because when we've, in the past, just so you know, our history and council members know, whenever any of these entities, ask for special requests and whatnot, we get the backup paperwork, so we could see the line items, we could see the programming that you're adding. And so, we need to be able to justify the extra ask. That's all. Thank
Okay.
you.
I have no problem providing that, but I
Great.
didn't know that I was going to have an opportunity to speak to those things because like I said, because the last 2 years have been really screwy in terms of how it plays out with the numbers. So that's what I
Mhm.
wanted to have an opportunity to actually discuss it as opposed to just provide it and then have you interpret it without me there to answer questions.
Well, you were here. You were asked to come tonight with it.
I sent an email later today, but then I had to deal with other issues in the library, so I didn't have an opportunity. And you and I have tried to call each
Yeah,
other
yeah.
a few times.
We missed
and-
each other.
And we've missed each other because I wanted clarification from you and I'd be happy to provide it.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Scarpa, thank you for your patience again. Perhaps you're on mute?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Cubey, for coming. I appreciate your getting everything together so quickly. I'm curious about the numbers and the usage of the library uh, prior to COVID in our other location versus now. What is the difference in the usage?
Well, actually, we're still down a little bit from our usage pre-COVID, but we were at the old location, we had only gotten up to, I think my memory was about 75,000. So we've increased significantly from where we were at 46 Mount Pleasant post-pandemic.
Okay. Also, I want to think about the most cost-effective way to make the library ADL compliant. I cannot justify any pickleball courts or charging stations. And, with the budget situation we have right now, I think we need to seriously look at some of the things Councilwoman Castellino is talking about. I've heard similar feedback, and I think we need to really look at this very carefully.
Well, the library is not responsible for the property outside of the building. The library is only responsible for the building itself. So I'm not going to answer for the municipality about what the right or the wrong thing to do is. The library would love to participate in a conversation about the development of the landscaping as the key stakeholder, that at least that's our opinion, of the facility.
Okay. And, right now we have such a budget crunch. I know that I think it's really admirable that you want to provide certain education programs, but I think right now we have to look at what is a have to and what is a want to. And some of these education programs are nice to have, but they're not things that we can really afford to do right now.
Well, I guess you could say that about education in general throughout time. And those are questions that, so for instance, for emergency services, if you stop, people can die at a moment's notice. Like, I'm not gonna well, I'm walking past and someone's having a heart attack, but I gotta go do a story time instead of doing CPR. You're gonna deliver CPR. But there are things that if you don't actually continue on the education, that over time has a negative impact on the well-being of the community. And so I think that I would disagree that they aren't simply nice to have. And I understand that the township is in a budget crunch, but in terms of for what the special request is for the library, the 50,000, what does that work out to? Does that work out to like $1 per household?
It's $1 million for each tax point, so yeah, maybe a little bit over $1.
So do you think every household in this community contribute $1 towards this special request? I mean, that's maybe 2, I don't know, but.
And I just had one last question. I don't know, if you take a look at your staffing regularly, but is there any way to use more part-time staffing versus full-time employees to help us get a handle on, the ongoing expense?
Well, that is where we would add staff if we were to get up to where the library had been prior to Mayor Parisi. So we would, because the library has never recovered financially from the recession era, because the additional funding that used to be regularly provided by all previous administrations to the library was never restored. So that 1/3 of the staff that was cut was part-time staff.
Okay.
So
Great.
we've maintained a core of full-time, and I think that helps in terms of the high level of service and the high level of customer satisfaction of people that come into the library. I mean, the library, I understand, is one of those ineffable things like clean air and clean water and, you know, a good environment for people to live in, but it's still important. You know, I mean, I'm not sure how much money is made off of South Mountain Reservation, but I would hazard a guess that just as a human being, it feels great. And I don't know what number you can put on that.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yeah. Can you just give us the breakdown of what you were anticipating spending? You said you wanted this money for two different programs, ESL, and what was the other request?
Open on Sundays.
Oh, open on Sundays. Okay.
So 12 months of Sunday hours. So so that would make us open 7 days a week throughout the year.
Okay. On the ESL, who would you be doing outreach to participate in this program, since I'm understanding that some of this is offered in the schools? Is this for adults?
It's for anybody, but we get calls from adults all the time wanting ESOL. So, and to the schools offering it, I don't know if the schools offer it throughout the year in the summers and the evenings.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm not in favor of duplicating services either, but
Yeah, to the adult.
we have a representative of the school system, but I'm not aware through her of what those services are.
And can you just tell me, when you apply for grants, is that through the municipality or do you do that on your own?
The one great benefit that Mayor Parisi did provide to the library is allowing us to use the municipal grant writer. And that's what allowed us to, that's, I think, a big part of our success in terms of writing the grant for the Construction Bond Act for the library. And so they've been very supportive in terms of whenever we have, and they also say, well, this one's worth going for, this one's not worth going for. You know, for instance, oh, this would be a great one. Maybe the municipality would like to team up with us on this one for this person and this corporation that provides library services, providing funding for some kind of green initiative. But it was like they're offering it to such a minimal number of applicants throughout the whole country. They're like, yeah, it's really not. You know, so so that's been a great partnership with the township, you know, and we do very much appreciate the additional services we get through the municipality, the Department of Public Works. Whenever we've had issues, up at the new location, we haven't had it hasn't been as difficult in terms of the public as it was down in this location. And during the pandemic, we had to call the police. I did, because we opened in 3 months. And so the police, the field police were there and responding on a regular basis. I remember one time we had the police come 4 or 5 times in 2 days for 3 men. During the pandemic. So, and the police have always been excellent in their response for the library, so we do appreciate the partnership.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
And fire.
Yeah, I had a thought. Do we have any programs, online programs like Rosetta Stone or any other programs that could be used even with some guidance from our technology people to assist some of these people that are calling in for the ESL classes?
We have Rosetta Stone. The state library used to provide it to the whole state, and they had to cut it for budgetary reasons. We've purchased Rosetta Stone the last 2 years.
Could that be used to support?
That's not really a substitute for instruction. For people that are coming in for conversational English, that's the greatest need. And the greatest usage. People are at all different levels. We are not able to provide, a big range of class services at this point. I think
there
it'd be
other
great if
online
we had a school partnership and maybe
Right.
had some of the school's resources for ESOL at the library. I don't know, maybe you guys can work that out.
Yeah, maybe that's something we should look into. And there might be some programs for conversational that are maybe not as sophisticated as Rosetta Stone that we could use in the interim until, we have more funding.
I think we also have, I think it's called Duolingo, which I think is, I'm not sure if it
Mhm.
costs anything, but we have that on our website as well. But the Rosetta Stone is $10,000 for 1 year. I think the school system
Yeah.
canceled
Mhm.
Rosetta Stone, but
Mhm.
it's not
Mhm.
cheap. Education.
Okay, just a thought.
You done, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Litwinoff.
Okay, Mr. Kobe, I know that there's a funding mechanism that's demanded or dictated by the state, by Trenton. The 2.828 that's in this budget request, how much of that is mandated from Trenton?
That's 100%.
It is 100%.
That is the 1/3 of a mil. And that
Okay.
works out to basically, it's the equalized valuation. And
Mhm.
don't ask me how to describe how the equalized valuation is
No need.
come up with, but it works out, I believe, roughly to that. It is like $33 for every $100,000 worth of your property. So if your house is worth 300,000, you're paying $99 at a minimum.
So it's all based on real estate value proportion in the
That's
town.
that.
There's no.
Which is why, unlike everything else, it doesn't continually escalate
Yeah.
over time, but can fluctuate.
So there's no part of that that goes to utilization of the library.
What do you
You
mean?
could have one person walk into the library during the entire year, God forbid, and we'd still have the $2.8 million to fund. Right?
Right.
Okay,
But there is a process. If the library became that unpopular.
That's a whole different story.
Right.
I'm
There
not
is a
I'm not
process.
going there with you.
No, I could, right, but I mean, it is regardless of, and
Right.
also, for instance, if you're, if you're providing excellent service and you're super popular, it doesn't go up.
Mhm.
It's the only self-correcting by the economy piece of local government.
Okay, so, and I do agree with Councilwoman Castellino's request to see your detailed budget, but it's not going to change anything. What is in this budget is mandated by the state, regardless what you do with it.
Other than the request for 50,000.
Yeah, other than the 50, okay. All right, so I'm going to make a comment, if I may, and I may be stepping out of my area on it, but I know that the decision to move the library was not yours. It was mandated by a previous administration of the town. Probably the same administration that started to cut out the extra money going to the library. But that's what we're dealing with, right?
Well,
Good. You threw out a lot of interesting statistics when you started your presentation, as to how many books have circulated, how many people, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to get a better idea as to how that compares to the old library. That had 2 entrances, by the way. And it needs to be, so it's comparable before COVID. Can you respond to that?
yeah, I mean, not right now. But I would say that, the numbers are comparable, between the two locations. And I also do want to say the decision to move was a proposal from the Parisi administration. They came to me, and I have always believed that the library should be in the geographical center of the town since I came here as the library director. My first library directing job was in rural Pennsylvania. And we were in the smallest, poorest funded library in Cumberland County in Pennsylvania. And they, our annual budget was 148,000, the whole budget. So, but the county administrator, so we were part of a federated system, so we had our own individual budget, it wasn't a true county system. So, but he ran a study because there were a lot of complaints on the other side of the county were suburbs of Harrisburg, the capital of Pennsylvania. And there was a wealthy area of that wanted their own branch. but what the county administration was doing was building bigger and more beautiful branches at the two biggest communities. So, but during rush hour, these people, it would take them an hour and a half to get to this library. So this county administrator, planner ran a study, and every library, regardless of whether it was ours or the best funded library, you had, and you could draw a concentric circle in terms of the percentage of people that had library cards as you move further away from their particular library, including ours. The library participation decreased the further you got away. So the library being here on the edge of town made it more convenient for all the residents of Orange than half the residents of West Orange, which, as the director of the
Yeah.
West Orange Public Library, I always felt was an injustice to the taxpayers of West Orange. And it was always my goal, and you can ask Councilwoman Castellino, because I told her this in 2016 or 2017, and she said, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. And I said, well, I think if I stay here for 14 years, I'm going to try. And so the opportunity came up, but the proposal was made. And I had to go out and evaluate it. And we negotiated, which is why we're a little bit miffed about what got cut, is that we worked very hard for very particular results because they came to us and asked. So I was the one who convinced the board, but we took months negotiating exactly the kind of environment that it was going to be. And it was not going to have anything less than what we currently had. So when those cuts happened without our knowledge, that was very upsetting. But the disagreement between us and Mr. Gross was, he said, you agreed to a 6.2 million project. I said, no, we agreed to a project that cost 6.2 million in 2019. Construction costs have gone up more than 30% since then, but no adjustments were made. And we were stuck in the middle in a very blind and frustrating position. And anybody can tell you I'm kind of aggressive about defending the library. But I am fully in favor of it. It took me a bit because when I got out there, it was winter time. The first time I checked it out, it was winter time. The leaves were off the trees. It didn't look particularly beautiful. I can't, but I had to envision, what could this be? There's all this vegetation around here. Now, a lot of people were like, well, it's not safe for the kids. Well,
Safe.
compared to 46 compared to Mount Pleasant and Main Street, you know, to have it a little bit off the beaten path, there is a benefit to that. And also, one thing that people would do, because we did all kinds of studies when you go back to the original presentations that we made to support this project, was that I'm going to go to a point because I was starting to lose my train of thought here, is that, you know, people won't walk more than half a mile to any single location. But everybody was saying, well, nobody's going to go up there. But I'm like, do you shop at Supermarket? Or have you even heard of Supermarket? It's a rundown old grocery store just across the border in Orange, right? Just about everybody goes to ShopRite. So I knew by going to that location, it was not going to be less convenient. But what is a detriment, what is a barrier to access and a largely car-centric culture is parking, right? So that spot had over 300. Now, when I went out there, when the third floor tenants would be there in force, I counted that they took up close to 100 spots. And we were told their parking, you know, the town would be the landlord and they would determine where they would. You know, I knew that they dropped weights on the top floor that would shake a corner of the building. I didn't get it in writing. So, you know, that still happens, but it's over staff work area. So it doesn't generally affect things sometimes in programming, but, you know, but there were a lot of things that I think maybe should have been handled, but I don't know. But in terms of the location, I'm sorry, but in terms of the location, I am responsible for encouraging the library board to accept the last administration's proposal to move. So put that on me. I encouraged it.
I don't want to step on your toes, all right?
No, that's okay.
Because to your point that you started with, your geographical center, you're right, it's geographical center, but going to use that logic, that's where the town hall should be moved to as well. Because that's the geographical center of this town.
I think that was discussed more than 20 years ago.
Well, guess what? You didn't move 20 years ago. You moved only for two or three. Let me go on to this other question that I've got.
And it was discussed in 1955 when they were talking about building this line.
I was a kid.
No, I'm just telling you.
I've been in this town a long
I
time,
researched-
not even that long
I
though.
researched the minutes going back that far.
Okay, the other question I've got for you, because we really got to get moving as well.
I'm sorry.
And I appreciate the background, but I'm going to use a neighboring community as an example. Livingston. Livingston has wings that were put up in that library funded by private citizens. There's a David Rocker wing. There's other people who have made major contributions to it. What about fundraising to help come up with your shortfall?
We're currently working on, to your point on that, we are currently working on getting our foundation reconstituted. The foundation bylaws are garbage, and if you study what a foundation, what the bylaws should be, when these were written more than 20 years ago, they basically followed all the worst practices. So we have to scrap the old bylaws and get that reconstituted. We're also working with our attorney to see what we can do in terms of, you speak about revenue, in terms of for the community room, which is just so popular. Again, size and parking. People, it's catching on, not just here, but all around. People are coming in holding, countywide organizations wanting to utilize it. We have policies that limit the number, but in terms of the technology that we want to get in there, we have a request in the 2024 budget for AV, but for the tech, but technology support and the equipment, that stuff isn't free. So the library is very limited by the laws of what we can charge the public. But we can charge for printing, we can charge for copiers, and we asked our attorney, hey, under the same, but we can't charge for the use of the room itself. But I was like, but under the same principle, can we charge for technology? So we're working on our.
See, I'm not suggesting to increase fees to the public.
Right.
What I'm just
Right, you're
suggesting is,
talking about
like,
fundraising.
that $50,000 line, it would be great if you had the ability to fundraise
Right,
to cover that.
right.
And that's where I'm going with it.
No, and we will. That's not gonna cover operational costs. So if we increase the size of the building, that's gonna increase the costs. Now, to your point in terms of what I talked about, the average funding, Livingston is funded at 4 times what West Orange is on a per capita basis.
But
So
neither you or I
it's a
can,
different.
but
community.
neither you or I can do anything about that, right?
Okay.
Right.
All
Well,
done?
Thank you.
if you'd like to help out with the foundation,
Yeah.
I would welcome it, because if this is something that's your area of expertise, I would love it. I was really good at telemarketing when I did that. I was really good at selling candles when I was in Little League. But, I am not great at reaching out to super wealthy people to ask for, it's a weakness of mine. So if you're good at that, please come to my office and we'll talk.
Yeah.
We had discussed that about a year ago.
Did we?
Yeah,
Okay,
never followed up.
well, I'm busy.
Yeah.
Sorry. We're a lot of.
Thank you. I'm done.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, thank you. I'll wrap this up. So thank you for all your explanations. Just want to go over a couple things. The fundraising portion that he mentioned, we definitely needs to be built up, and we need volunteers to help the board, because that is where, and we've talked about that too, even on the Friends group side of it, needs to happen.
And more focused on the fundraising
Yes.
than on stuff that's actually the board job.
But what's not on this page here, so let's go to our page, our health insurance page. So I just want to make sure that we have it all covered. So Mr. Detiniak, 058, so is the are these the libraries? Because go back 058, 070, not your page, Mr. Detiniak, 058, 070, and lines 080, is that for them, their health insurance, what we pay for them?
No, you do not. We pay the township our health
You
insurance.
pay? I just want to, because what's LIB? I just want to make sure, that's all.
Payment, then we get a budget reimbursement.
Okay, so they, because they budgeted 320, so you'd take in 320? I'm trying to figure out how this,
This was last year.
okay.
We don't budget for their piece.
No, I know.
Whatever we charge, then they pay us back, so.
Okay, because last year, but I know Mayor Parisi, when you said funding was taken away, he also we paid part of that contribution.
So when I finally got Mayor Parisi to go above 1/3 of a mil, it was in 2019 when I showed that if we were on the state health plan, our health insurance costs would be $150,000 less. Now, we're one of,
But then it went up the following year, so.
yeah,
let's-
but we're
let's
one
not
of,
even go
we're
back and
one of
have that
4
argument.
libraries in the state that's not a joint library between two municipalities that has its own PERS number. So we pay our own pension costs, our own social
Okay.
security costs. The town doesn't cover any of that. So all of that comes out of our budget.
Yeah.
Right? But, so I was appealing it to the state and then the pandemic hit, because they ruled, so it's hard for us to do things independently. I
But the
can't help the way the
320
laws
you
are written.
budgeted last year, is that what you?
What's that?
paid? So the 320 that you budget this year is what you paid us last year for your health insurance?
No, we got the number from the township was able to provide us with the numbers for what our health costs would be.
Okay, 'cause-
So same thing with our PERS line. They post that in what, October, November?
so I guess I'll have to,
Hey, it's due on April 1st.
It's due on April 1st, but
October, November.
they post what your bill is gonna be, so.
but again, Mr. Detiniak, so this is however, so LIB, RET prescription 451712, is that them?
They
Yep.
pay it. We're paying it, and they're paying us.
But the
So it's
total
like
here is
big-
864,469. That's what I'm saying.
I have nothing to do
Hmm.
with their budgets.
But I know the town was paying it, because I know that's the arrangement the former mayor made when we were talking about.
No, but
the-
we pay it. We
You're
reimburse.
not paying all of it, though. The town's
No,
picking
we are
up some of
paying.
it. All right,
We don't pick up any.
then why is this up to 864 and he's only budgeting 320?
Then you get to the 864.
Oh, that's his contribution. Okay, so what's the 264.82? Maybe that's what you paid last year. Says claims, your claims were 260, because we're a claim, whatever you claim is what, that's how you get the number, right? 264.82.44. I don't know what page this is in the budget book. I'm not, what, 37? This one, I'm just trying to figure out how this,
What's HB?
that's the claims, health benefit claims. So I'm just trying to figure out what, I know we were paying something. Now, whether we haven't done that in the past 2 years,
Yeah.
does he have enough in his budget? That's where I'm going here.
Again, we just bill them back whatever we pay on their behalf. And we pay this.
A lot of townships do pay their libraries health insurance. Just putting that out there.
I'm just trying to, again, I know we did make contributions in the past. I'm just trying to see where we're at now. And if we're not, does he have enough budgeted for himself? That's all. So you're okay with that number then?
Mhm.
Okay. And we're not paying more than the 3.
I mean, the year that we had to go into our reserves, so I think our 1/3 of a mil went down and our health insurance went up 25% one year and then 15% another.
What do you have in reserves this year?
How
How much in reserves?
we have, well, that's an always moving number. So I think it's about We have 425,000 in our capital reserves. And like I said, we're spending some of that money out into trying to outfit the library and make it nicer.
421 in capital reserves, and then didn't you have another reserve line? too?
No, we just have, like I said, we were under budget 200,000 last
Do you have
year.
a surplus line?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that for you. So,
Well,
I mean, we have a regular reserve and I'm not sure how to, because it's like.
yes, I know you had two reserves, one in capital and you had your other one. So what is that number for your, your other reserve?
It's not, we don't have a static reserve line.
All right.
We have a general account line that's always fluctuating.
And what's that at right now?
Right now. Cause you might be looking at it just before payroll comes out or whatever.
Well, again, that's what I want to see, what you spent last year, what you
Right.
budget last year, what you spent, and then what you're asking for this year. Just like we're doing. So this way I could say, okay, take the, you need the 50,000. That's all. I need to
Right.
review it. I don't mean to give you a hard
Rather than
time,
just
but
giving you a number out of here, which maybe just,
Yeah.
we just happen to get one of our quarterly payments of the 1/3 of a mil, which makes it look inflated, just like when you get your paycheck before
Yeah.
you pay your mortgage.
yeah,
Can I get back to you on that?
of course.
Because I want to talk it over with my treasurer, who's an auditor or an accountant, and she'll give me a
Okay.
better idea about how to answer your question.
All right, thank you.
Because I don't want to put the
I'll start-
library in a poor position
No,
by
no,
not
but
answering
You
properly.
gotta understand, we are, strapped this year. We cut a lot out and,
No, I certainly get strapped. Although this is the first year we've had any kind of decent increase.
no, well, that's it. You had a nice increase.
Right, which,
The ratables helped you.
right, which I don't trust
have-
increases because next thing I know, we're in a recession and our budget's plummeting, so.
Okay, okay, thank you, Council President. I'm good.
Are there any other questions about the library? Then I think we're done.
Always happy to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Hubie.
Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, we're having a great evening. Come on.
Almost done with this.
What's next? Mr. Tiniak.
What's for new accounting system?
Let's, oh, this one will be fun. You guys are gonna love talking about this one. Support for commissions.
Yeah.
I open the floor.
Now you opened the door.
So, the support for commissions remains unchanged, from the prior year, at least the ask. Now, before we began this process, I think there was some talk, when we had Main Street come up. We talked about changing something. I don't remember the number. I apologize. I just remember it being in a meeting.
It was 20,000.
Okay.
Can I interrupt you for a second? What page are we on since it's not changed?
Under the recs.
Thank you.
One oh six.
No.
Yeah, it is. One oh five.
105. 105, so.
105.
It's not. That's community.
That's it. That's what we're doing.
No,
Um,
no, it's not.
and
Page 25 or 26?
26.
Oh, no, the money was cut, but the 20 I'm thinking of was out of the Rex budget, not this budget.
No, but the
for
money that
downtown.
you're talking about was if there was money from the cannabis.
Yes, the
Yeah.
cannabis, but it was taken away from the Rex budget, not this page.
Yeah.
So, I don't have any increases or decreases. This is, again, flat, only last year.
But I have a,
Except the Human Relations Commission.
Mr. Deniak, are you finished?
Yes,
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
so this is the problem though, because they're gonna think this wasn't paid out in 12/31, because it wasn't. Actually, that money she received was in 2025.
So for the Main Street expense,
Yeah.
the bottom line.
And that messes it all up and everybody thinks that they don't need it, and they did, it just wasn't paid out.
So that it was paid out
She
in
had to wait for-
25.
She had to wait for the money.
She just got it.
No,
Did
but
you?
I'm saying there, it shows 1,900, because that's all she was paid up to that point.
Because that was
In
what was
her
paid up
account.
to 12/31.
Yeah. It was not Mr. Tiniak's fault, but it wasn't
Mhm.
paid by the former CFO that it was supposed to be paid for months, so.
Okay.
It didn't get paid to the following year, 2025, so I don't know how that's gonna reflect with you in 2025.
I mean, we have to wait for the budget amount for it.
I just don't want them thinking she doesn't need it, because she did, she got paid for it, but it was.
When you say she got paid for it, what do you mean?
So she puts in, I don't,
When you say you're
I'm
talking about
sorry,
the
the
executive director.
executive director,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
So when she submitted for the payment and didn't receive it to 2025. But it appears there that she didn't spend it because it only reflects 1971. So,
Cash basis.
but I don't know how you.
So,
how you
I mean,
fix that accounting wise.
No, you just,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry for
Yeah.
not
Please
raising
go
my
ahead.
hand. You're explaining it perfectly. That's, but that's what happens is that the question comes up, exactly right. Why 26 if we only paid 19?
Yeah.
The answer is because it didn't get paid until January.
Yeah,
And then you understand it, you go on.
okay, all right, I just wanted to share that.
so I really don't have anything to add for the commission budgets, and the contributions to the commissions,
Can,
you know.
can you open up and show us?
Could I
what-
just stop you?
Yes, okay.
Councilwoman Scarpa has her hand up.
Okay.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, what is this the last item? Something about Main Street?
Main Street expense is really just, there are some expenses that we pay on behalf of Main Street, but mostly it's a contribution. It really is supposed to be combined with 080. From what I understand, the history of it,
Right.
it was an additional allocation, I think related to the loss of some of the properties in the SID, so.
Oh,
What is-
that was it also, because of the
And-
movie properties.
What is the historic preservation need for over $5,000 for?
Exactly.
If you want me to answer it,
Anybody who could answer it, just,
I'll answer it from.
I'm
my
thinking
time
these could
on.
be want tos, not have tos.
The commission is mapping all of the historic properties in the township. And this money is actually a reflection of a grant from the state that is used to hire the historic preservation firm that does the mapping. So this number here, if, again, I don't know your accounting, reflects a grant that the commission uses to hire a firm to further map the township, and it's almost finished. In fact, I think the council approved a request for a grant earlier in our term. And I think that's what the number here
Yeah,
is.
sounds
I
right.
could be wrong. It could just, but they never spend the money on anything else. We just keep getting grants.
I think it's the match to the grants.
Oh, it's the match. I didn't realize it was a
Let's wait to match.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay, good
All right,
question.
well, it sounds like that's an important project that needs to move forward.
If you believe in historic preservation, yes.
Right. The Human Relations Commission, I mean, I don't, that seems like a place where maybe that's a want to and not a have to.
Is that a rhetorical question or are you directing that?
Yeah, like I'm asking, what do they spend over $4,000 on? I mean, if we want to cut some, I think this is a place where maybe we can cut a little bit.
Well, they spent 2817.
What are the taxpayers funding is my question on each of these. I think this is a place where we might want to look at some cuts. Or some economies of scale.
I suspect that Mr. Detiniak does not have the documentation for each of these numbers with him tonight. And so if you want that information, we're going to have to wait a little bit for him to pull it together, and we'll have to address it in a future workshop, although we could certainly get the information sooner so we can go through it. If Mr. Detiniak, if that's possible, could you just send it around to the council and
Yeah,
to the
that's easy. Send it in
Citizens
one-
Budget Advisory Board?
Yeah.
Please.
Purchasing department will send.
All right, great. That's all.
Okay. Councilwoman.
This match is for this year, the 5,500?
Right.
Okay, but it was spent in 2024?
Well, we spent 5,500 on an old grant last year.
An old grant doing the same thing?
Yeah, it's a phased mapping project.
Okay. What, can we also have a breakdown of what the Environmental Commission spends money on?
Yeah, I'll just give you the whole support for commission's budget.
That's true, because downtown has to submit a report.
Yeah, some of the ordinances creating the committees require annual reports. I think the Human Relations Commission has an annual report requirement. We got that earlier this year.
I mean, purchase orders do also have to get approved by the administration too.
Yeah,
Right, and the Arts Council.
yeah, we'll give you the whole support for committee, all the sub accounts.
Okay.
So from 010 to 090.
Excuse me, Council President. So the Arts Council, that 2,500, so that doesn't include the rent and the utilities and the
No.
security.
This is in addition to,
So that's
No,
getting, that
It's like
bill's
a-
getting
it's a-
bigger.
it's a lump sum contribution to them, the 2,500 for West Orange Arts Council.
Okay.
Kind of doesn't make sense, does it? Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Sorry, couldn't help it.
I know.
Are there any other questions?
Some of these are want tos.
I'm sorry, Councilman, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I said a lot of these are kind of want tos and not have tos, the way I see it. I'd like to see some savings here.
And just one more comment, just for the committee members, the Main Street items are, so when they created Main Street 20-something years ago, the prior couple mayors ago, tasked Main Street with maintaining Main Street. So it was in the operating budget for the township, and those tasks were given to the Main Street organization. That's why those contributions are there, for them to uphold those activities or responsibilities, I should say.
Any other question or comment?
No, I'm good.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just one question. Do we have a public information commission?
Yes. The Public Relations Commission.
It says public information.
So that years ago, they used to receive $6,000 in that line item, and then that kind of like disappeared, which they don't need. I mean, they used to have events and more projects. Now we have them, since I've been their liaison, basically, assisting the Downtown Alliance, helping them out with their events. They were at the street fair. Like there's brochures and marketing materials that they could be doing, but that's all done through this mayor's office now. And the downtown has been receiving New Jersey tourism grants. So they've been providing that function for the administration as well. So kind of like their need for that kind of money really isn't there anymore. If anything, the 595 is plenty. And they had leftover, like they gave away at the street fair last year, bags, like they bought a bunch of bags when the township, or when the state passed the ordinance. The town never did it. We waited for the state to pass the legislation. So the recycled usable bags, so they gave away those. So they do little events. They need a little bit of money, not much, so they're fine with that, but it used to be 6,000. That's it.
Anything else? What's next, Mr. Tiniak?
Okay, so we have waste management. So we're actually going to zero this budget out. Not because there's real savings, but the previous contract for solid waste disposal and recycling, the bills were separated out such that you could allocate to recycling. With the current contract, there really isn't a separation between the solid waste and the recycling expenses. So because we don't have the ability really to properly allocate the recycling costs from the bill, we're going to zero this out. So we're zeroing out this budget request for recycling collection. And this is the next page from support for commissions. And then I'm gonna have to find the page for you.
It was 27, but 27 still shows the full 1,269,000.
Right, right. So it's part of the new packet. We zeroed it out.
Oh.
And then I'm gonna go to garbage. I'll give you the page number for garbage. It's also in the packet. Right, the price is better off. Packet.
Garbage and trash fuel is 3 from the end,
Yeah, because
the third page from the end of
so
the.
we moved that recycling request over into the garbage and trash removal contract. So it just comes out of one and goes into the other.
And what's the line item for recycling?
The line item for recycling was,
Because I don't see it.
it's like waste removal. And it was right after the commission page. Oh, it's right on the front page, waste management, recycling. So it's coming out of there. And it's just going into the garbage and trash removal contract. So there's no change.
Just in this account.
Right, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I don't see where it comes in here.
Comes in the increase decrease.
In the middle. of
They're
the bill.
140 garbage trash collection fee, the 1,269,900. That's coming from recycling.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Towards the end.
So this is a contract. We have a 5-year contract with Suburban. Where. We have a contracted amount out for the pickup. And the roll-off containers. And then we pay the tipping fees. So when they bring it to the transfer stations, we pay that fee. So however much garbage they bring,
Mhm.
we pay that bill. So So we're asking for $5.3 million. That gets us, that pays for the trash collection fee and it pays for roll-off containers and hopefully will pay for all of the tipping fees. So we've done the math and we're fairly comfortable with the 5.3 million. There's not a lot of headway there though to make the cut.
Nope, that ship had sailed.
So
When is the 5-year contract over?
it just started. So I mean, we can,
We have
the
a 3 years.
years 4 and 5 are optional.
Yeah,
So you don't have to,
Oh, okay. So this is over in 2027?
the.
well,
Revisit it.
Cancel.
you have to revisit. So
Okay.
do I think you're gonna get any better going out to bid in a couple of years? No.
Not the way things
No,
are going.
garbage has gone way up. There's so much consolidation with the big companies that there's no small haulers left. So it's all big companies and,
What a shame.
you know, the really municipalities are moving towards doing it themselves, like a Montclair, where they buy the trucks, but then they have the employees doing it. You know, a hybrid method where you buy the trucks and contract out the labor, I think is a good thing, but there's a privatization bill down in Trenton, which probably is gonna get signed by Governor Murphy, that you're gonna have to pay the privatized companies.
Prevailing wage?
You got it,
Oh, my
you
God.
got it. So
Oh.
you lose the ability to save from choosing your own people. Because then they're gonna build in their margins because they're businesses, they have to make money and so that, you know, that's something that the unions are pushing for, AFL and
So
CWA.
would you recommend that we move in that direction?
We're not
No.
gonna save any money.
No.
We're being forced to pay the prevailing wage.
And the reason I say no is that I see what the geography or the topography of West Orange does to our trucks. It will kill our garbage trucks and our maintenance costs are gonna be so high on the garbage trucks and we're gonna replace them so much faster than a community like a Montclair. It's not gonna make sense and it's gonna add a lot to the debt. I think if the debt profile was much lower, and we had more existing personnel, maybe it's, you know, so we could move to maybe like some of the options that we had were, you know, buying carts and going a different
Yeah.
route with that, doing like the whole one-arm bandit thing where, you know, they pick up, so they have less labor. And it's less expensive for them and, you know, if we get a bit.
And wasn't Mr. Fonzino getting carts from
Yes.
the vendor to try for a pilot program?
So
Yes.
that's what we were, we mentioned, I don't know if it was last meeting or. So we're looking to do a pilot program in a neighborhood to be undisclosed right now, to buy approximately 500 carts. Because the last time we met with awarding the garbage, we said, the council said they wanted to have data to see.
Yeah.
Before we went to the single cart and everything else. So we've talked to our provider and said, can we do this? And we can do it over a trial period to see if it actually works. It'll be a voluntary program. We had estimated we need about 500 carts in that area. And they would keep them and we could do that program and that would come to you. Or, you know, as far as how much it will cost us and we would get data readers because each garbage cart actually
Yeah.
has a data reader on it. What it does is it allows us to see when we picked up. It also allows us to say when somebody calls up, oh, you came down the street, you guys didn't pick up my garbage. And it's like, no, we got number 1 and we got number 5, but number 3 didn't put out, you know, so that kind of thing. So we're looking at 1 for costs, we're looking at 2 for rodent control.
Yeah.
Because these are bigger units.
And the
so-
problem areas, I think.
in a
was
problem,
that, yeah.
that's gonna be something we're gonna bring to you. We've been talking to our, one of our attorneys to try and get the language together, and then we can present it to you, as a capital request. So, and then also just, you know, Councilwoman, as far as, one of the benefits when we did the last contract, it was 3, 1 and 1. We did that. What we benefited last time was that the fuel commodity did go up, and we spent a lot less than a lot of other municipalities that were awarding around the same time. So we got lucky. We were fortunate enough to that when we made that last contract that we were able to take advantage of the fuel costs. We didn't get hammered with that one. So.
So, you know, we pay 3.5 million a year 1, year 2, year 3 for the collection. And like I said, we have the tipping. So when they bring it to the transfer station, we pay that. It's a couple $100,000 a month. You know, we have regular bulk pickup, so that's obviously adding.
Yeah, that needs to get changed in year 3.
I'm not really understanding how that proposal that is going to be coming forward plays in with this, because you're coming to the council to ask the council to purchase 500 cards. Is that what you're asking for?
No, they're giving you 500, aren't they?
No, we would have to buy.
Oh, I thought they were giving you
We would have to
cards.
buy. And so what we were asking for is that because the carts are, I forget what the number is, and I can get you the figure. But what we were asking for is to do it as a pilot program. If it works, we would have to buy the carts anyway. And if we continue with the program, and you know, so we're looking to do this as a pilot to get data. You know, and obviously this is something for your consideration. It's not a done deal. And if it's something that you do wish to have presented to you, we can have a discussion under new item, new matters, pending matters at the next council meeting, and we could try and get it to you for consideration in the next meeting.
What would the cost of that be?
I don't have that in front of me right now. I can talk to Director Fontaine and ask him.
They were like 65. I'm looking at, I'm trying to do the math.
I forget what it was. It was, yeah.
$65, $70 a can.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was something like
It
it.
sounds about right.
Yeah.
It's also more
So
sanitary.
it's
too.
35,000.
Sanitary, we're looking at the rodent control. It was in an area of town that's been having some problems with the rodents. So we're trying to collect data that was based on multiple different concerns of the neighbors. So.
Yeah, but if you have like a universal garbage cart system, again, you can have a truck with the grabber, and then you really need like maybe 2 people on a truck. You need the driver who operates the grabber, and then you have like a helper, because sometimes you got to pull them, you know, out into the street, or, you know, but it would cut down on like the amount of labor, the amount of people that they would send out.
And workers' comp.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
argument.
which, you know, they're building in when they're bidding these things out, because they fall off the truck or they get run over, or, you know, it's a dangerous job. And that's also one of the negatives too. If you do it yourself, you know, you're gonna have men and women going out on workers' comp injuries, because it's a dangerous job.
And one of the things we did look at too is because when we went through the last bid process for the garbage, there was concerns on the size of the garbage cans. And what we did was we found that there's different sizes also. So if we wanted to offer a smaller size for somebody who had concerns with weight and everything like that, we could look into that as well.
But if you're just focused on the budget, it's a 3-year contract that began on June 1st, 2024, and terminates on May 31st, 2027, and then we have the 2 renewal years. In year 4, it goes up to 3.8 million for the collection. In year 5, it goes up to 3.9 million for the collection. Again, you have to pay the tipping fees. That is, it's not part of the contract. It's a bill that fluctuates based on how much trash is sent over.
So has the township ever looked into how much it would save by instituting a composting program to eliminate the amount of trash that we're picking up?
I don't think that, I mean, I wasn't here when the whole garbage contract was you know, mulled over. I don't know if that was part of it. I think really what was just contemplated was like changing the frequency of collection, or you know, doing bulk waste collection. How many times? Is it weekly? Is it 1 time per month? It's and along with the ownership of the recyclable material. So the option we went with was the most expensive. It's 2 times per week, no carts. Commercial collection, electronic waste collection by reservation, bulk waste weekly without reservation. And the contractor then owns and selects the market for recyclables. So, you know, we went with the most expensive.
Councilman, you done? Councilwoman Scarpa, thanks for your patience. But you may be on mute.
Am I understanding it correctly that if we were to do a pilot program, we would be able to then, during the period that we have this contract, have some kind of a hybrid program where we could have some of these collected in the containers and in certain parts of town and not in others?
Correct. It would be a control point area. It's not a very large area that we selected. It's only it's no more than 500 residents and commercial properties that we would be collecting on. So we want to make sure it's a very finite period, but our area that could, you know, demonstrate the data that we need to you know, reflect the rest
How
of the.
long would the pilot go on? Would it be a year or 6 months or?
I believe we were looking at doing it, performing it for a year. Just to see
And
what-
then after that year, if we found it valuable in that area, could we have a hybrid where one neighborhood would have the containers, or would that be renegotiated? How would this work?
If we were to, if we thought it was a benefit, then at that point, we're talking, right now, we're almost a year into the first year of the contract. We do it for another year. We would have we would have to go right through the 3rd year of the contract. And then at that point, you could decide if you want to keep the contract we currently have or go out to bid again.
Okay, I understand, but we couldn't do a small part of the town has containers and the rest have what we have now. Because
Right.
I did the research and the survey for this, and our residents do not want to go to that container
Well,
scenario.
again, that's a question for the council. We're going to present it to you, and if you choose to move forward with that, you know, we'll go forward. If you choose not to, then we're not going to move forward with the program.
Right,
That's all.
I would not be an advocate of that.
Okay.
I mean, the pilot is one thing, but then I would not move to the containers.
Yep.
So probably it would be a waste of money.
Okay.
Unless we're all going to go in that direction.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, one more
Councilwoman.
thing. One more thing. Well, on the 3rd year, are we planning on looking at shared services with the schools for garbage? Because that's long been an area that, you know, we thought we could experience some savings. Is that something we can revisit?
Councilwoman Castellino, would you like to give that answer?
I'm sorry, I was listening
Oh.
to my husband.
Oh, well, what does Tony say?
What about
Councilwoman Scarpa was saying,
He says, when are you coming home?
Councilwoman Scarpa asked, how soon can we work together with the Board of Education on waste management?
Okay, so we've done this exercise numerous times. When I was on the school board, when I left and I came here, we made a big effort that first of all, the contracts lined up with each other. And so there was a big committee that we were all excited, and the only person that wasn't excited about this, or 2 people, was Bob Siggy and Teresa DeNova, because they both knew the way they have their garbage contracts are set up so differently that no one bid on them, because they're just the way we pick up and the way they, you know, get picked up is just, no one was interested. So put it out
But
there.
they may
a
not
couple
be here
times.
forever. They may not be here. and
Well, because
this is
the
something we
way
should
they
be
did their
looking-
recycling, and so I don't know if there's interest now, we could always look at it, but again, I just don't see it being useful again. We spent a lot of time on it. We put the bids out, I think twice, 2, 3 times, and we didn't get any bites. You
Yeah, it
have
might
to
be worth
remember too,
revisiting.
we're a large district. Our contract, just for the town, we have all the private associations too that we pick up for. And so, and the hills and all that other great stuff. And the school district, they just get their garbage picked up. I was shocked. I thought for sure somebody would want both contracts, but no one did.
Might be having somebody else take another look at it. Other than those two.
Yeah, you can always look again, but I'm just telling you,
Oh,
we gotta,
and those others, Mr. Siggy is no longer
Yeah.
employed by the Township of West Orange,
Exactly,
and Mr. Nova passed away last year.
yeah.
exactly.
Oh.
That's my thought.
Yes.
And no,
Perhaps
you
we could
can-
have somebody who really understands this issue take a look at it.
Well, there's not much to understand. You put out the bids and people bid on it. They're gonna bid it or not. And now I don't know if the contracts are even lined up because we just went to this 5-year. Anyway, long story short, when it's time, we'll sit down and we'll see if they're interested. But I
Right.
wouldn't bank on anything because
Mhm.
it's just too different, too different.
Yeah, that's kind of my question, like, when is the time? Is it at year 3, at our 3rd year? And I don't know
Right
when their
before 3,
contracts
we
are up.
could try if we.
How about how about theirs? Do we know anything about their
I'll have
contract?
to find out for you. I don't know what schedule they're on now.
Yeah, because I think it might be worth another look with, maybe some parties that have a different take on it.
All right.
I'm done. No, thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Councilwoman. What's next, Mr. Datiniak? And as you heard, Councilwoman Castellino's marriage has a hard stop at 10 o'clock.
Now I just have to tell him what he needs done tomorrow morning. Why?
So I want to go into central purchasing. Sorry. I want to talk about central purchasing.
Each two.
Sure.
What do we got? Oh.
This is in the book now.
Yes, this is page, this is page 33 or 34, because for whatever reason, I'm always off one page.
What page? 33. Okay. Oh, you're down a person.
So there is a change,
Oh,
there is a change to this and
33?
or 34. It's it starts at central purchasing.
Version
Central
2 is
purchasing?
33. Or 34 rather.
That's been changed before, though.
Yeah, I think it did, but
Yeah.
I was looking, oh yeah, it did. I'm looking at the original one. Okay.
No, I apologize. It's 33
33.
and 34. So
And I may have discussed this. So the reason for the change is one of our employees has decided to resign from the township. And so her salary is prorated for the time that she was here in 2025. We have another employee who we have moved over from the tax department and moved this particular employee into purchasing. And she's sort of filling in the role for our departed Pamela. So it's a sort of reshuffling, but in the end, actually, the department is going to require a smaller budget because our newer employees obviously paid a lot less than the employee that left. So again, there's some prorating going on there. Also, the benefit now is that we have someone who's trained in the tax department and is able to fill in when we have the tax quarters and things get really busy. So she can sort of float between the two. And she speaks Spanish, so it's been really helpful for us to have a Spanish-speaking employee downstairs here, not upstairs. So, just talking about staffing, we're able to absorb the loss of Pamela, and overall, it's gonna be better for our budget moving forward.
So this is the right page.
Yep.
Councilwoman Scarpa has a question.
Oh, sorry about that. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. This is a kind of creativity that I'd like us to urge all of our directors to look at as we move forward, since salary, wages, and pensions are a major expenditure. And I love the idea of having employees cross-trained and in many areas, and putting some money and training into our employees and getting them, where they need to be, really efficient and, with the increases.
Yeah, she's been a really tremendous, Liliana's been a really tremendous asset for us. She's town resident. Again, just,
Mention me.
yeah, I know, I didn't, but.
But that's a good
Um,
thing.
Ellen has been great for us. Again, having someone that can speak Spanish really helps out our residents that come to the tax window. And she's really taken on the purchasing role very quickly. It's very demanding. Paul's an excellent teacher, and I'm just really happy with her.
Good.
Great. So as you sit down with the different directors each year, maybe you could encourage this kind of thinking.
Where we can do it, we cross train, just because if someone's out for a couple weeks, like, everybody still needs to get paid. So, we try to do that in all our departments. If someone's not there to work the window, I'll work the window because we got to take the money in. So
Great.
I'll try to fill it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I find that very encouraging.
And you mentioned that when we interviewed you, you were gonna support that, so we appreciate that.
I've worked the tax window many times, so yes, I can get up there and. I'm sorry, go ahead.
John, would you go back to the
Yeah.
previous slide?
Well, thank you for all you do. That's all I have.
So procedural, just trying to understand logic as we're going through it. The purchasing agent is at max salary,
Correct.
yet unlike most other people at max, there's no longevity. How
Right,
did he get lucky?
she just missed the longevity.
That was like 2000.
Thank goodness.
That's when it.
Yeah,
she
it was
just
around 1999, 2000 when it.
It's not that I was looking to add any more money to the budget, but
She'd be happy if you want to give her 10%. Now, she missed out. So, and the longevity, it scales. So back when this program was in place, it wasn't like it was just 10%. You did, after your fifth year, you'd go to 2%. And then after year 10, you went to 4%. And then, year 15, you went to the 6th. And it sort of like worked out so that when you hit your 25, you got the 10%. So.
See, the teachers,
You're 24.
teachers got.
Year 24, you're right. You're right, because it was for your 25th year
Yeah.
that you were at 10%.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments?
Nope.
No.
What do we got next?
Okay, so the central purchasing budget, we did look at making some cuts. We're able to cut advertising and cut the dues. Because we looked at what we spent so far and what we're projected to spend, and we're comfortable at the $3,775. So, it was a $4,300 budget. But, we're comfortable with the cut.
Questions or comments?
for $4,000, let's go on.
Hey, it's 14%.
Next, we're gonna look at central printing. I've sat down, with my staff and we're recommending a $3,000 cut, to bring the recommended budget down to 19,700. We have copy machine maintenance, built in, so that's really most of it. And then we have office supplies that, we try to limit the amount of office supplies that we buy, and we're buying office supplies for everyone. Everybody's really good about, hey, get a pen at the bank, or if you go to a seminar, get something. We really try not to buy too much in terms of office supplies, so.
Even the very like parking.
What's-
Feel it.
It's for the Pitney Bowes, copier.
Don't we own it?
There's maintenance contracts on the Pitney Bowes machines. We buy them and then we have to get a maintenance contract on.
That's the cost of a
Oh,
contract.
it's many of them. It's not just one,
Come obsolete, so.
so. But we don't lease copy machines. We will never do that because that's where you really get ripped off. So we buy the machines. And then we go out and get a separate maintenance contract. So we feel that's the best way to spend our money when it comes to copiers.
Any other questions or comments?
I do have a general question.
Go ahead.
So how much longer are we going tonight?
Oh, I think we're done, right? It's 10 o'clock, so.
Well, the only question I have is with that,
Yes.
are we done now? Do we see, I know, we just, what are we
10
missing?
of 2.
We're missing, senior services, right?
And we have central telephone, health, unemployment.
we got
general
tons.
life. We have a lot.
You know,
A
the
lot.
fun stuff. He's
Yeah.
saving all the fun stuff for
We have
last.
building department.
Building,
Yeah.
Mayor,
Oh, that's right, we didn't see.
council, senior. So we'll get through them all quickly on the 26th. I'd be glad about that.
Is there a reason we're not meeting earlier than the 26th?
I think that's what worked out for, because I know,
Try putting out dates.
yeah,
That was-
Madam Clerk put out a lot of dates. I think those were the dates that ended up working. So-
I mean, you don't have to wait for me to get that.
Given,
not
given
even be there.
the letter that we received, is there any way for this group to agree to meet?
We can, through Ms. Carnival, we can just send it out tomorrow, see if there's any other dates.
Yeah,
I doubt she'll be sending it out tomorrow,
Yeah, that's true.
oh, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
if she survives into Wednesday, yes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's an
We-
easy
Can we
day.
discuss can we discuss a date that will work for us?
I won't be here, so you.
No, I want to.
I'm done. I have a wedding Thursday and family here the weekend.
So,
She's finally getting married.
I am done.
okay.
No, I just got a missed call from Tony Castellino.
But you don't need me. You guys could
We don't have
meet.
budget on the 11th?
I'll get my questions answered.
No budget meeting on the 11th?
That's Thursday? Oh,
I
Wednesday.
really want to be here for Mr.
we don't have enough time to advertise.
You
We
need
need
48 hour
48
notice.
Oh.
Thursday's the rent leveling board and the zoning.
And what about Monday?
Monday, the 16th.
Yeah, I think sometimes there's problems with getting this room.
Let me look at the town calendar. I know that's
You guys
what,
can meet.
Joe was
I
right,
know you're-
the 30th, and was it 26th? The 26th.
26th, we're scheduled. 26 we are scheduled
And then
for
the
5,
West
6
Essex,
to 10.
planning board, they have 2 meetings.
30th was one of them.
Yeah, 30th and
23rd.
23rd, 30th.
The budget meeting on the 26th is at 5?
Is it 5 or 6?
We can make it 5. as well.
Yeah, let's do 5.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so my council colleagues how does the 16th and also our staff?
16th and 17th I have open. Let me just double check
Okay.
the town's calendar. So let me see if there's something on the,
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. DeTinia?
Please.
So the number you gave us tonight with the 177,
Mm-hmm.
have you sat with the remaining department heads? Like, is that inclusive of what they will be, like the next few documents you'll be bringing us? Or,
So I have a couple of department heads that we're still looking at
Okay.
OT and some OE, but I mean, we have the lion's share of
Of-
appropriation cuts at this point.
okay,
I think, we'll look at revenue again
For the whole time?
and see if there's something we
Yeah.
can do in revenue. And then we have to sort of figure out what
Are you?
what do we want to
available
hit?
15th?
Like,
Are
you
you
know, for
available
the
15th?
increase.
Monday?
I'll call you about the revenue because I
Okay.
have some,
So, Council President, just, the 16th is the older advisory board at 6 p.m. 17th, there's nothing on the calendar. 18th is the Downtown Alliance.
They could
The
be.
19th is,
13th.
so tell you what, yeah, 20th, we're off. That's we moved to
Yeah, we're right.
Juneteenth. 23rd is I believe the yes, Human Relations and the Special Planning Board. 24th. So the 24th is Town Council, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. For the
So
Town Council, I mean, you have the 17th, looks like it's what, 16th and 17th. look
why
like
don't we
2
meet the
days.
16th and the 17th and get, and avoid this problem?
I'm not sure we're gonna avoid it, but you can certainly try. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, the Older Adults Advisory Board does not meet in that room. They meet in the conference room. So that room is open.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the calendar, what's on there.
Yeah.
So, 16, 17, they're open, so.
Okay,
Right now,
I'm
I'll confirm with,
Okay.
Mrs. Carnival, so she can notice it. I'll send her an email.
okay, so we're doing both days, 16th and 17th.
That's up to you guys.
That's good. We should get this,
You available for that?
yes,
So are you available or?
We're looking at the 26th,
The 16th and 17th.
16th, 17th.
maybe we could finalize the 26th.
16th, but I can cancel that if I have.
Well, we can always get somebody else to, I mean, if you need.
Okay.
We're not gonna
and
take away from your help. So.
No, it's because that's,
we're gonna
Well,
do it 5. You're not gonna be here, I
as
know.
long as I know it, we can schedule.
And that's
Okay.
where it will come.
so
So we'll be 3.
that out,
We'll
yeah.
be 3.
Let's confirm with
voting.
Ms. Carnival and,
Okay.
I'll send her an email tonight and ask her to check and see if that's available and could we,
All right.
and if so, reply to the. Can you get long distance Wi-Fi and sit in
Absolutely not.
while you're on the Amalfi Coast? Looking up those names. She's not getting away from me. She's going to the Amalfi Coast.
They're gonna.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Not if I can get that.
Okay, do you want to
Oh,
close?
I got, at my acting clerk position, gotta make a motion to adjourn. I was told by Ms. Carnival, she gave me the paper.
oh, well, do it then. Do
Make a
it.
motion, is there a motion?
You
to
don't
adjourn?
make, yes. that's
Is
what
there a
you
motion? I'm
have.
sorry, is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, a second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Hi.
All
Aye.
those opposed, seeing none. And 11.
So West Orange, just stay tuned for perhaps a change in our workshop schedule. And it will be posted on the township website as soon as we know it. Could be the 16th, 17th, could be the 26th.
Good night, West Orange.
Thanks very much if you're still there.
I don't think, I don't think we